early because they were over in the O2 over in London. So it is nice that we are here for what is a more traditional time. So I am thrilled at having a little bit of a rest today, getting a little extra sleep than I've had over the past few days. I feel better for it as well. So, yeah, we are locked. We are loaded. We are in a good place. We've got NXT tonight. We know that we've got Evolve tomorrow. I actually don't know what this weekend holds. I haven't had chance yet to have a look and see what's going down on Saturday. So I'd love to sit here and say, and we're doing this on Saturday, but I actually don't know. I do wonder if the Vault might have a little watch-along lined up for Sunday, because they've been showing WrestleManias on Sundays. So I did wonder if they might have some up their sleeve. I've not seen anything yet, but yeah, if they announce something, I could be interested. So lots going on anyway, right? And it's nice to be back at our usual time. So I want to jump in the chat, obviously, and have a chat with you guys. But let's jump over to the other page so that we can just have a look at the preview. But there's really nothing much in the preview. There's only a couple of things. So we've got Trick Williams. He's going to be calling out Obafemi. So Trick Williams calling out Obafemi. And we've got Ricky Saints challenging Shawn Spears for the North American title. That's what I've got in the title of this video. There really is not loads for us to kind of get our teeth into when it comes to NXT. We're obviously building our way towards Stand and Deliver, but the majority of that show hasn't shown itself yet. We don't quite know where we're going for Stand and Deliver. We are still a few weeks out, of course, but this card is going to have to come together if we are to start getting hyped about it. I want to just have a look and see. Stand and Deliver 2025. If we have a look and see how many, literally no matches. There's literally no matches at the moment. So this is where we are for Stand and Deliver. We've got a lovely poster. They can't take that away from us. We know we're at the T-Mobile Arena. So we've got a lovely poster. We're in the T-Mobile Arena. We know that it's on early local time. It's starting like 9:30 in the morning in Las Vegas. So I think that's going to be early afternoon UK time. Obviously, this show is on before WrestleMania day one. So they've got to make sure that they get it in at a decent time. Nice and early so that the people can leave and get over to WrestleMania, because many people that are going to this will be going to WrestleMania as well. So it is a little bit of carnage because it is going to be on super early local time. But you got to do what you got to do, haven't you? I mean, it's got to be on before WrestleMania. And I think WrestleMania locally starts quite early because obviously it's going to be later for Europe because this is West Coast. It's going to be later for Eastern time. So it's a little bit of a nightmare, but, you know, I'm sure they'll figure it out. So that's kind of the big talking point at the moment is the start time of this thing. It says here it'll be on at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I think that's 6 p.m. UK time. So 1 p.m. Eastern, which is going to be 6 p.m. UK time. So it's quite early on the Pacific time. And no matches. Yeah, no matches at the moment. So they really do need to make some progress here. We need to get something in place. Lots bubbling away, don't get me wrong. Lots, we're definitely putting that work in. We know we've got Javon, and we've got Trick, and we've got Oba. They're sniffing around each other. We got Ethan. We've got Ricky Saints. They're kind of circling around each other. We've got something going on with Dark State, but hard to know what they'll be doing. Stephanie's got both titles. Jordan Grace is around. Kind of feels like she could be a challenge. Stephanie against Jordan Grace. I could see that being a match for one of the belts. So there's a few things that are kind of coming together, but work to be done. So there we go. That is where we are. We can jump over into the chat. It's nice to be early as well. It's nice to go back to having a couple of hours. We have been doing NXT streams where we only have like an hour before, but yeah, now we can actually get a couple of hours again, which is good. Let's move this over here. Lovely. Okay, Brony, shout out to you, my friends. Let me get the speech thing queued up, and we'll get a couple of things read out and see what's on the community's mind.
Brawny FN. Daze Trick could win the title and be revealed as the leader of Dark State, but it depends if they have plans on moving him to the main roster. Oba and Trick are main roster bound soon.
Yeah, so there is a big theory about Trick being revealed to be the leader of Dark State. That is correct. I don't know that it's going to go that way. I don't mind if it goes that way, but if it does go that way, again, you're correct. How does that work if we're getting close to him going to the main roster? I mean, Trick doesn't feel like he needs a great deal longer in NXT. Actually, if you look at Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, they spent years and years and years in NXT. Like, they were in NXT, I want to say from, like, I don't even know, 2015, 2016, going all the way through to 2023. Like, it's about 8 years or so they were in developmental. I mean, they were there for absolutely ages. Part of it was probably to do with the pandemic and the fact that, you know, it was hard to kind of call people up with social distancing, and there was lots of stuff that was slowed down, put on hold. Lots of drama at that time, of course. But, we found ourselves, you know, basically keeping them there for quite a while. And the reason why I use them as an example is because I can't say that spending longer in NXT has resulted in them being more ready. I sort of feel like you get to a point where you're ready for the main roster, and then really you're not adding much at that point. You're just gaining a bit more experience, and that's it, really. It's not anything that's going to really make a massive difference when you get to the main roster. I sort of feel like you could call Trick Williams up now, and I think there will be improvements that Trick can make, because Trick still can deliver better matches. So him staying in NXT for a while is no problem, because I think there are still improvements that can be made. But we're going to get to a point where the longer he stays in NXT, I really don't think we're getting a better performer, if you know what I mean. I don't think we're improving him. Like, I feel like when you first start training, you make a massive learning spike, right? And then, of course, once you've learned and got to a certain level, then the improvements start to slow down. It's a little bit like Undertaker. Like, Undertaker will probably tell you he learned something new throughout his whole career. But how much did he learn, right? Compared to when he first started and the learning spike was really steep, when he was getting to the later part of his career, you know, he'd learn a little something here or there once in a while, right? The learning massively, massively slows down, of course, when you're someone like The Undertaker. With Trick Williams, his learning spike is probably not quite as steep as it was a year ago or 2 years ago. It's probably leveled off a little bit more like this now, but it's still going up. The point I'm making is that you're going to get to a point where that learning spike is going to start really kind of starting to not flatline. It'll never flatline totally, but it's like doing this as time's going by. Keeping people in NXT for an extended period of time doesn't mean that you're spitting out a better performer, a drastically better performer at the end. So I look at Trick Williams and I'm like, look, he could get called up now. I've seen enough to know that he can go to the main roster now. He can go to the main roster. He knows he's got a connection with the fans. He knows how to do a promo. His promos are fine. Could they be better? Of course, but you can say that about 99.9% of wrestlers. His matches are fine. Could they be better? Of course, you could say that about 99% of wrestlers, right? So I sort of feel like, has he got to the point of congratulations, you're good enough for the main roster now? Yes. I've said before about driving. I don't know if it's the same in America, but over in the UK, I was taking driving lessons years and years and years ago. And my instructor said to me, he was like, I want you to remember this before you have your test. He went, I just want you to remember that this is not a test to figure out if you're one of the best drivers. This is not a test to figure out if you can, go on a racing track and, be an F1. This is just a test to figure out that you can drive on the road and you're not going to cause an accident. It's a test to know that you can do the basics and that the majority of your learning is going to come from when you're actually out on the road. But the learning that you'll be doing are things that are not going to endanger others. Are you good enough to be safe? That's the level that they're testing. And if you are good enough that you are safe and we can let you out on the road, you will pass your driving test. And that kind of stuck with me because I was like, in my mind, I'm like, I've got to do everything perfect. I've got to be the perfect driver. And he was really good. He was like, listen, they even allow minor errors. I don't know how many you're allowed, like 12, something like that, minor mistakes. He's like, you could make 8 minor mistakes during this test and you would still pass. So he was like, you don't need to think that you've got to be perfect. You've got to be and I think the same is true of NXT as well. I think too many people are under the impression that you've got to be able to go toe-to-toe with CM Punk on the microphone. Like, that's bonkers. Bonkers that you would come out of NXT and you would be able to, like, everyone's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Punk and Cena on the microphone, or that you should be able to wrestle to the caliber of AJ Styles. It's like, that's insane. Like, no, you've got to be good enough whereby we can give you a microphone and you're not going to be a goof. We can give you a match and you're not going to stink the place out. That's what NXT produces. And then, the house shows, the live events, the Raws, the SmackDowns, you will continue your improving until hopefully you get to a point where you can go promo for promo with CM Punk, or you can have matches where, you are putting on bangers with AJ Styles. So for me, I look at Trick Williams and I'm like, is he going to go to Raw and put on a stinking match? No. Could you give him a microphone on Raw and he embarrass himself? No, he won't do that. He won't embarrass himself. So has he got a good character that people feel connected with? Yes. Is he good enough to leave NXT? Yes. He could go. So the point I'm making is that you can keep him around as the leader of Dark State. Is he going to keep improving drastically to the point where, he's a much better performer in a year's time? Debatable. Maybe it would. I mean, this is where you need to be working with him. This is where you need to know what he's saying, right? So for me, if he gets called up now, fine. I think he'll be fine. If he stays around to be the leader of Dark State, fine. That's fine. I don't have an issue with it because, it's something new for him. It's, I could see there still being improvements that can be made, but I don't want him around in like 2 years, 3 years, because that learning spike, it is falling away, You're not going to keep learning as drastically as you do in year 1, year 2. The learning in year 3, year 4 is going to be greatly reduced. And pretty soon it will come to a point where actually you're just spinning your wheels, really. You're just waiting to be called up. And I think Johnny Gargano got to that point. I think Tommaso Ciampa got to that point. I think they needed that move to take that next step. So be very interesting to see what they do with him and if he is going to be revealed as a leader. We still don't quite know if that group's even got a leader, to be honest. I do keep saying that because I do have to keep reminding myself that they haven't teased that there's a leader. But it does feel like something's going on there.
The Mayor Pete. Daze needs to watch LFG.
Yeah, I will when it's all done. Because it's a TV series, I'm going to just blast it in one go. Really enjoy Evolve. I do. I mean, I look forward to the Evolve streams. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Wendy Chu in action against Smiley Kylie Ray. Great. And some of that young talent. I like Callie Armstrong. She's made an impression on me. I like the Carly Bright Kendall Gray relationship, but I wish that they would just turn that up a bit more, with Carly Bright really loving being around Kendall Gray and Kendall Gray just wanting nothing to do with Carly Bright. I'd like to see that turned up a bit, and I think it will. I think it will. A couple of big guys, which they're trying to make seem like, these big, dominant, powerful guys, which there's still work to be done there. That Holloway guy, I think, looks interesting. I kind of like him. I was shocked at how big he actually was. And they're trying to make that Carver guy a big deal as well. And obviously Swipe Right, we've had a bit of fun with those guys. So, I mean, how many episodes we've watched? 3. And there's a few names that are kind of in my mind. Jack Cartwheel did excellent. Really enjoyed his match. I think he's only had the one so far, week 1. So it'd be good to see him again. So, and we've been dropping in like Luca Crucifino, Javier Barnell. We've dropped in Gallus. We've dropped in Wendy Chu. We've got a new GM that was announced last week. That's Stevie Turner. The show is moving forwards. I mean, I feel like things are happening and the show's moving forwards. And so I kind of like it because it's a bit of a 45 minute little show, which is very inoffensive. I think you've really got to be into your wrestling to watch it, though. I mean, you really do want to know what's coming through. I can tell you some names that are coming through and will come into NXT, and you've really got to care to go down to that level. But you know what? Because the crowd is so small, and because the amount of people that join us is limited, it does feel like I found... I don't know if this vibe comes across to you, but I feel like I've found a little WWE fan club. I feel like I've gone so far down the WWE tree. I've reached the point now where I'm actually watching a show that takes place in their new performance center, not the one that NXT's in, but the one they moved to. I'm actually watching a show there that has about, 100 people in attendance as fans, which I think are just friends and family. They're in attendance, right? And it's so small. Like, it's so small, and it's so, like, the superstars of people we've not even seen on TV yet. Like, you would see some of these names at an NXT live event, but you wouldn't see loads of these names at an NXT. Even if you went to an NXT live event that has a few hundred people going and buying tickets and going along, you would still see majority NXT stars. Like, I feel like we've gone below the level of where you wouldn't do live shows for this show. People wouldn't go. Like, they would struggle to sell tickets. You would get 50 people in attendance or something like that. And it feels a bit like a secret society, a secret fan club. Like, you've really got to be into your WWE. You've really got to be into your wrestling to go down to this level. For some people, it's too far. For some people, it's like, no, I'm not interested in going that far down the pecking order. But for me, I'm here for it, and I'm looking forward to that tomorrow as well. So for me, yes, LFG, definitely want to see it. I will watch it as soon as it's done. The clips have all looked really fun, but instead, I've kind of got into Evolve, which does not get the same attention. And is, I think, a bit better for it, to be honest. I mean, I wish it was a bit more popular, so more would join us on the watch-alongs, but I don't know, it's kind of little, it's quaint. I like it. I'm into it.
Haziba-san. Daze, did you see Bret Hart quotes speaking to Ariel on the current landscape of pro wrestling? He said he feels a lot of wrestlers are more actors than pro wrestlers.
Did you see Bret Hart's quotes? He said he feels a lot of wrestlers are actors more than pro wrestlers. I saw that quote. I saw that quote, and it seemed like it was about AEW. Someone sent me that line that I think he said in AEW they seem to be acting more than pro wrestling. That's the only thing I've seen from it. So I've not seen anything else. So I don't know. If you've heard anything else, then it'll be interesting to know what else was said.
Hannah. Daze. Another stream for NXT on the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, how has your April Fool's been? As many were posting that Vince bought TNA in the midst of them, letting go many people. But not true lol.
Yeah, I got tagged in that a fair bit this morning, but I think I'm pretty good. If I remember the day, I mean, we spoke about it yesterday about it being April Fool's Day. So I knew it was today and it was in my mind anyway. So I'm pretty good if I've got it in my mind of, knowing when I see something that, yeah, that's just rubbish. So the Vince one didn't get me about TNA. I don't know if I saw another wrestling one. It was funny. I went upstairs. My mum was watching early morning TV here in the UK. And the host, a woman called Lorraine, right? Which, if you're British, you'll know Lorraine. She's been on TV since the 80s. And she's got a show on at 9:30 in the morning. And she's Scottish, and she's a lovely lady. And she's like, today we're going to talk to such and such about their new film. We're also going to talk about this horrible cow disease that's troubling the farmers, and we'll cut over to that. And it's like one of those kind of shows, yeah. And anyway, she was showing off that she'd got a tattoo. This old woman had got a tattoo, and she was showing people like the tattoo that she'd got. It was on her back here, I think, and it was for her grandkid, and she's a grandma now. And her grandkid is called Billy, and it's spelled IE, but they had put Y at the end rather than IE. And so they were like, oh, it looks nice, but don't you spell it IE? And she was like, what do you mean? And all this, and like, and you could tell it was a bit for April Fool's. I mean, literally, as I'm telling you right now, an old Scottish woman's got a tattoo and it's been spelt incorrectly on April Fool's Day. My mum didn't have a flipping clue. She was like, oh my God, they've spelt it wrong. Oh my God, that's her first tattoo and they've spelt it wrong. I'm like, Mum, it's flipping April 1st. There is no tattoo. So I saw that one. I walked upstairs as that one was playing out, right? Some old Scottish woman getting a tattoo. And the Vince buying TNA. There was another one to do with Brock that I was told about. Brock had come back, or that Brock had signed with AEW. That was another one that someone, but I only got told about that one. I didn't see a graphic or anything. I just had someone going, is it true that Brock signed with AEW? I know that you'll like tell me the truth on it. I was like, mate, come on. Dude's got a legal case going on at the moment. There just is no way. So I had not seen any news on that, but I very confidently was like, dudes, I am 100% certain that's April Fool's. I think April Fools, I mean, I don't know how people feel about them. I know they're just a laugh and everything, but we said yesterday it's really, it's tricky because, like, you don't want to do something that gets people excited because then when you go April Fools, people are disappointed. So you don't want to do that. You also don't want to do anything that really, really angers people and really makes them livid, because then when you go April Fools, then they're going to feel a bit silly. I mean, the idea of April Fools is to kind of catch people out, make them believe something that's not true. But then when you tell them, I was only joking, April Fools, some people don't like feeling conned, you know? For that, this is why I don't touch it. I don't do anything for it, because I think it's very difficult to do something that is fun and is taken the right way. I think it's a bit of a minefield personally. So yeah, I don't do anything with it personally. But yeah, I did see that doing the rounds. James?
Daze, have you seen the report of NXT talent being unhappy about the show being on so early? P.S. I hate football.
I hate football as well. Yeah, I didn't see the game, obviously, but I heard that we were okay. We just could not score. We're lacking up front. I hope that our manager has got an idea of what needs sorting. I hope he's got a document and they know exactly what's missing. They know exactly what they need. They can get it in the summer and we can make some progress next year. Because I don't want another season like this next year. And actually, if we get another season like this and it's Christmas, I don't know that he's going to last. I think he'll get the chop, because there's been no turnaround this year. But anyway, that's Man United. In regards to NXT, yeah, I did see that they were unhappy, but you know, deal with it. Who are they to be unhappy? They're developmental talent that are being trained to go to the main roster and do a job, and that job is to basically perform and be WWE superstars, which is going to require lots of traveling around, lots of media work, lots of adjusting on the fly. And do you know what? You get paid for that. I mean, they get paid a lot of money. You compare how much wrestlers get paid to flipping nurses. I mean, it's ridiculous. The society is all flipping mixed up. But we are at a point where, like, celebrities and people like that get paid really well with brand deals and all these opportunities that come along. I just sort of feel like, I don't know how much of a kickback there is. I've heard the same, that they're unhappy. I think it's one thing to go, listen, this isn't ideal, you know, trying to wrestle that early. It's going to, you know, our bodies aren't going to be, you know, in the right kind of, it's hard, isn't it? Because I get it. I mean, when you wake up, you're going to need to warm up and all that stuff. I would think that it's all possible. I can't see a reason why you can't do it. I mean, you're going to have to go around the world. You're going to have to wrestle in Australia at some points. And Australia's time difference is completely different. So, I mean, do you know what? Go to bed early, get up early, start your day earlier that day so that you can then do your warm-up routine, your pre-match routine, and get your body ready for when you have your match, which is early. I do understand. But I've got no sympathy. I've got zero sympathy. I think you get paid a lot of money. You've got, you know, potential beyond your wildest dreams to go to the main roster and, you know, become a millionaire. I think the starting pay on the main roster is $250,000. Or maybe even more than that now. And so you do 4 years, you'll be picking up, granted, you're going to spend it on bills and buy things and stuff like that, but you'll be picking up $1 million over 4 years. Starting money on the main roster, $250,000. You'll be picking up $1 million over 4 years. Like, it's hard to have sympathy, man. It's hard to have sympathy. So, I don't know how big those grumbles are, let's put it that way. It's fine for them to feedback constructively that this isn't ideal. But, you know, anyone that's really stepping out of line, I don't know. To be honest with you, if I worked in NXT as a trainer or something like that, I think a big part of getting through the NXT process is them seeing your personality. I don't think they want to allow anyone to the main roster that has the wrong personality. I think anyone that's going to struggle with the backstage politics, anyone that's not going to be a team player, I think you weed that out in NXT. I think NXT is where you look at that, and any of those kind of bad eggs, I think you have to really think, okay, they've got talent, but you know what? A lot of people have got talent. Do we really want to introduce that to the main event locker room? And actually, it would be really interesting to know how much of a kickback there is here, because again, there is a very acceptable level. Constructive criticism is welcome, and you know, you don't want people to just be yes sir, no sir. So people should feel like they've got the ability to say and speak out. That's absolutely fine. We're not talking about that, but we're talking about if anyone's going too far with it, and if anyone's really moaning about it, and it's really a problem. That's where you could probably look at it and go, this person does not have the adaptability. This person has not got the right mindset. This person is lacking some skills that we're looking for the main roster. Brilliant in the ring. Great promo. But this is actually a side of wrestling we don't really ever talk about, is that side, the personality side, the character sides. You know, Triple H don't want to be dealing with that. And you've got to be adaptable. And do you know what? You get paid very well to be adaptable. That's how I look at it. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you.
Wrestle with Andy. Daze, I just found out the WWE has been the company's name for longer than the WEF was.
Oh, that's interesting. WWF 79 to... When did it change? 2004, was it? Something like that? When did we get the F out? It's probably about 20... Is it really longer? WWF 79, I'm sure. 20... Is it really longer? If it is longer, it must be really close. It must be really close. Must be like 20... Let's say it was... I can't remember when it was the early 2000s when we got the F out. I can't remember. In my head, it's like 03, but I'm not confident on that. Have you got the numbers? Is it like 23 years? Perhaps it's 23 years. 79 to 2002 would be 23 years. 2002 to 2025 would be 23 years. So I can see that you are in the ballpark, yes. I can see that if it was 2002... it would be 23 years. And maybe we're just talking about a day or two now. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. 2002, was it? My head was saying 03. So if it was 2002, then that will be 23 years, 79 to 2002. And then 23 years from... So we must be talking days that we've beaten that. That is interesting. That is interesting. So we've been WWE longer than we've been WWF. Oh, wow. That's very interesting. And then, of course, it leads to the question, what era's been better? What's better? Has it been since it was WWF or WWE? WWF is going to include Golden Era. It's going to include Attitude Era. Whereas WWE is going to be Ruthless Aggression. And it's going to be the current stuff. It's all of it's Hogan. It's Hogan and Stone Cold versus John Cena, Roman Reigns, isn't it? I think WWF wins. But that is very interesting. That is very interesting. Right. Muggsy.
Hey, Daze, do you think the first Dark State match will finally be announced this week? I need something soon.
I don't know that we'll get a Dark State match announced this week, to be honest. I think we'll get Dark State doing something at Stand and Deliver. I could see us building something there. That might be the first match. But at the moment, we haven't even had like a proper promo from these guys. They're just doing like a little talking thing outside the building. So, you know, we know that they don't like NXT. We know they're trying to make it a noise, but we need to find a way of having them. I mean, like Ava, first of all, needs to care, and we need to get them like to agree to have a meeting where, you know, Ava's in the ring and they come in and we can get some sorted. I feel like we need to get some development there. I do agree. So I wonder if, like, you do their first match at Stand and Deliver, and you do it against a team of NXT talent, fed up NXT talent that they've attacked, that are going to unite to try and bring them down, or something like that. I don't know how you go about booking them. That's an interesting one. But I would personally build their first match to be at Stand and Deliver. Mr. B said if Dark State were to get a female, they could get that Callie Armstrong. She can pull off the Bron Breakker rope running to a T. Frankie said, I'm shopping for a generator, so I don't have to deal with a sump pump if the power goes. I don't know what a sump pump is, my friend. Sounds like a sex thing. Right. Toby
Robb. Member. I'm not knocking Garnacho, but recently he's been more controlled until tonight. It was revert to type. I like him and we need him if we get out of jail in Europa.
He's been more controlled until tonight. It was reverts type. I like him. We need him to get out of jail in Europa, says Toby. Toby, shout out to you. Yeah, I don't know. When is that next Europa game? Is it this week? Is it this week? Daze is a Lorraine Kelly simp, said Wrestle That. You know it. You know it, baby. Lisa, shout out to you. Should they add a female? I'd be all right with that. I would be all right with them adding a female. But I don't know if you can add a female and a leader, you know? All of a sudden, we're getting up to like 6 people in that group then. That's difficult. That's hard to get everyone to, you know, get promo time and get everyone kind of seen, and you're just a bit bloated then at that point. So, it's tricky, that. It's tricky.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Attitude Era was the best era the Stone Cold and Vince storyline was brilliant. The storylines in this era are boring and continuous with no ending in sight.
Yeah, I mean, everything was snappier in the Attitude Era. That is true. I think there is an argument to kind of make this era a little bit quicker. I mean, I agree. We've watched a lot of February. We've watched March. And it does feel like there's things that have been on those shows. Things have been happening, of course. You know, we've been getting title matches. They've been using title matches as a way of kind of like, right, you know, Lyra's defending against Raquel. Street Profits defending against Pretty Deadly the other day. LA Knight defending his United States champ. I feel like I've watched a lot of championship matches, but we don't get the champions like losing the belts. And there's not really much danger of them losing the belts. So that only has kind of like limited appeal. A lot of the other stories, you know, are really kind of building up towards WrestleMania, which you can understand. You can understand. But if you're going to do that, then give us some bigger moments in those stories. What we just had with Gunther this week, amazing. Gunther, Jay, and Jimmy, what a segment. Not perfect. I thought there were some really good criticisms in the opinions video. Some people saying, like, Jay just, like, kind of, he's pulling, trying to get free, but then towards the end of it, he's sort of standing there, not doing anything. I think maybe we missed a few facial expressions from Jay where I'd like to have seen what he was doing, because it felt like he was just standing there. It felt like he'd given up, which I can understand. But the criticism came in, why was he not begging? Why was he not on his knees, like just begging at Gunther to stop? Just stop. Just stop. Please stop. Why wasn't he screaming out? Why wasn't he doing more? Why was he just standing there? There's a bit at the start where it's like really pulling, trying to get away from the rope. But towards the end, you can see him just sort of standing there like he knows there's nothing he can do, which is fine. He's resigned to the fact that he can't, he doesn't have control of this. There's nothing he can do. But at that point then, you know, do you make the argument he should have been begging or screaming or pleading or, you know, doing something? So I don't think that was an unfair criticism. I noticed that as well towards the end. But to be honest, the pros massively outweigh any little criticisms. And that they are just little criticisms. They are just little tiny criticisms. But the pros massively outweigh. It was a brilliant segment. More blood than I was expecting. And I've got, I think, more blood than WWE were expecting. I don't know that they thought he would cut himself and bleed as heavily as he did. But it added to it. I mean, Gunther was covered in blood after, and it looked, you know, it was on his face and all that, and it was brilliant. Brilliant. So I think more of that, you know, more, not in the same story, like, but different stories. Give us more shocking, oh my God, did you see this? So good. I feel like coming out of Monday, people are reacting that way to the Gunther segment. They're reacting that way to Cody Cena. I think even some have got a bit of praise for Bianca getting laid out as brutally as she was by Rhea. A couple of riptides, one off that middle rope. Bianca flipping legs akimbo as she was planted that second time. And, You know, clearly we knew it was going to go that way. A little bit of criticism of how predictable it all was. But no, I mean, honestly, lots of very positive scores. We were back in the 7s and 8s for Raw this week. So undeniably strong episodes, and probably the best episode from the European tour. One of the best Raws of the year. A WrestleMania season episodes. But rather than be down and go, what happened to February? What happened to March? Let's flip it and be positive and go, hopefully more of those to come. Hopefully more of those to come. We go into Friday with confidence and belief.
Thomas Campbell. Days, when Bruno Sammartino was champion. It was the WWF when I started watching professional wrestling.
Yeah, Bruno, amazing. You know about my love for Bruno. I mean, if you was watching at that time, that's incredible, buds. That's incredible because a lot of that era, 70s, is lost. You know, it's just not available. It wasn't really on the network. I think that anything before WrestleMania 1 is really interesting. Anything before 85, I think, is really interesting. If it's WWF or WWF, anything before 85, which was the first WrestleMania, I'm here for it because a lot of that stuff is just... I mean, there was a chunk of it, don't get me wrong. You could find stuff on the network, but... I mean, 85, I think, is when WWE really go big with pay-per-views and getting product out on TV and, you know, making noise. I think really before then, it was about, like, house shows. Like, really, we'll show you wrestling on TV and we'll show you our superstars. But come on down to the Boston Gardens because we've got a big card this Saturday. And really, TV was used as a way to get people to buy tickets. So TV was used as a way to get people to go to the shows. I think when you get to the mid-80s, that for me is when TV is used differently. It's not so much to get you to go to the shows. All of a sudden, then, we're going to show you shows on pay-per-view. And we're going to take your money that way. So WrestleMania begins. And before that, you know, they were on TV with MTV. The War to Settle the Score. I think the Brawl to End It All are a couple of shows that were done on MTV that are really important and hard to find. You can get, I mean, I'm a bit confused about one. I think one only had a couple of matches and then the rest were all dark matches. So I might have seen one of them in their entirety, but you don't get much because a lot of it was just dark matches. But War to Settle the Score, Brawl to End It All. You've got to talk about those when you talk about WrestleMania 1. And then you've got like Saturday night's main event, of course. Saturday night's main event is not pay-per-view, it's on TV like we've got now, but it's just a way of getting more product out. And it's not a show to get you to buy tickets to house shows. They're further in stories, showing you Hogan defending the title, blah, 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 blah. Wendy Richter defending her title, blah, 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 blah. And so I feel like 85 is where we're really embracing TV for what TV can become. And of course, every year after that, we're adding a Survivor Series, a Royal Rumble, blah, 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 blah. By the time we're getting to, you know, the late 80s, we've got the big four. And then as soon as we're getting into the 90s, we're starting to add in Your House, which means we're starting to then do a pay-per-view every month. And, you know, Raw is around in 93. SmackDown doesn't arrive until later in the 90s. But we've got other shows. We've got Superstars, Wrestling Challenge, All-American Wrestling, Primetime Wrestling in the 80s, of course. So, I mean, there's always, like, TV shows that are around. But anything before 85, I think, is fascinating. Because there's just not loads of stuff out there. So if you've been watching since the days of Bruno, and I would think you're talking 70s Bruno, then that's really cool. Sonny said, Daze, hope you're doing well. I have got Timmy's. I have my Timmy's after an appointment today. Oh, enjoy it, my friends. Enjoy your Timmy's. Right, let's go. Blake.
Blake02. Member. I've seen a ton of people talking about how they caught Jimmy using a blade to get color like it was some shocking new thing.
We included it in Unseen because I think people just like to see the tricks of the trade. I think people like to see behind the magic. They've always enjoyed that. So some people might not know how it's done. Youngsters, kids, people new to wrestling. And I think those that do know how it's done like to just know, when did he do it? What moment was it? How long before we see him on camera did he do it? Like, people are fascinated, interested in the stuff that is not shown. So, for example, if there is someone under the ring, people would like to know at what point did he go under the ring. So it might be that we know that someone emerged from under the ring, but was he under there the whole time? Or was it just moments before? You know, and so I know for a fact that if footage shows the moment that the person got under the ring, if I'm sent that because someone was there and they saw the person go under, I know that that's going to be of interest to people, because that, I don't know what it is about humankind that find those things interesting, but I suppose they just want to get a bit of a fuller picture, really. I suppose it's like you want to know exactly what happened when, how it played out. Did it go the way it was supposed to? You can kind of piece it together in your mind. Not everyone's into that. Some people just want to watch the show and don't care about anything else. But I think for those that are really, down the rabbit hole, I think they like to get as full a picture as possible. And I suppose the example I'd give is that someone being under the ring, Or if, someone throws a fireball, people would like to know how it's done. My brother actually said to me the other day, I've said this, he watched a video. He was like, I watched a YouTube video the other day about wrestling. I was like, did you? He's not into wrestling. He doesn't mind it. He's not got anything against it, but I can show him clips and he'll watch them. But why did he go out of his way to watch a YouTube video? And I was like, what did you watch? And he's like, well, it was this guy that was showing like how they fake the barbed wire and what they do with that. And he was showing like what happens with a commentary table, and when they land on it, there's an airbag. And I was like, oh, you've watched Maven's channel? Because I've seen that video. Maven talking about, what they do with barbed wire, what they do with thumbtacks, what they do with the commentary table. And I just thought that was quite interesting that even a non-wrestling fan, someone that does not watch wrestling at all, wanted to know the secrets, was intrigued enough to want to know, how do they do that? When do they do that? Is that real? Are the thumbtacks real? And I was like, the thumbtacks are real, aren't they? And he was like, yes. Couldn't believe it. I thought they would like gimmick the thumbtacks. I thought they'd do something with them. I was like, no, yeah, real. So yeah, that's why there's a fascination with that. There was a mass wrestler, wasn't there? Some people will remember him. So there was a secret magician back in the 90s who actually exposed the secrets of magic. And it was a very famous TV show. I used to watch it on a Sunday when I went round my grandma's. Sometimes it was on when I was young. And it was a guy who was dressed as a magician, but he had a mask. His face was covered. And he would do the pulling the lady apart trick, right? Where she's in the box, spin around and everything, put it back together. And then it'd be like, here's how it's done. And then they would show you the secrets of how they do the trick. And of course, the magic circle, the people that are into that, like, were livid about it. But there was a wrestling equivalent as well of someone that was a masked wrestler that would expose the secrets of wrestling. This is how it's done. I never saw that on TV as much, to be honest. But I was aware that it existed. But you're talking later 1990s for that. You probably find it online, actually. So if you do want to know the secrets of wrestling, there is a show out there from 26 years ago.
Thomas Campbell. The big card would be from SG on MSG Network, I believe, the first Monday of each month or every 2 months. But they great cards back then, Bruno. Ivan Koloff, Ivan Outskirts, Ken Patera, Ect.
Yeah, so a lot of the MSG on the MSG network shows, I don't know where they've gone. I would love to see those. I mean, those Madison Square Garden cards, you're right, they were the big monthly ones. It's what everything built towards. And we know that Bruno headlined at Madison 170 odd times. So every month they would go there. And that was what everything was building towards. And I believe those shows were on, as you say, MSG Network. I don't know if WWE have those shows. I would think they would, but I never saw those MSG shows getting uploaded onto the network. So, I don't know. That's something that I'd have to sit down and have a search. Sometimes if stuff's not on YouTube, it can be on Daily Motion. But to be honest, a lot of that stuff, you know, could have been on videotapes that people recorded. And I don't know, we can only hope we'll show up one day. But obviously, as time goes by, those tapes degrade. And we could be losing some really important material, you know. So I don't know. I can only keep my fingers crossed that WWE Vault have got loads of stuff that they've yet to release. I think I've got a horrible feeling that there's a lot of stuff that they don't have, you know, because they started the network in 2014 and there was big gaps in the library. Loads of WWE Superstar shows never uploaded, and I have no idea why. On the network, there was only a few years of WWE Superstars was a massive show. It was one of their massive shows, and they only uploaded a couple of years of WWE Superstars. So I don't know where all that's gone. And they hardly uploaded any Wrestling Challenge. So where's all that gone? And they didn't upload any WWF Mania. So where those were the kids ones, early morning kids ones. I don't even know if they... I mean, like, the Madison Square Garden ones, Showdown at Shea, a lot of the 70s and 60s, Heavyweight Championship Wrestling, which I believe was their very first show. Was it Championship Wrestling, Heavyweight Championship Wrestling, or Championship Wrestling was their very first show. And, you know, that goes all the way back, and there was next to none of that as well. You can find the odd episode on YouTube, but yeah, so many gaps in the back catalogue. It's, I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried that the network was around 10 years and they never filled those gaps. And now WWE Vault has started, and we still ain't filled them gaps. You know, a lot of the stuff Vault puts up is stuff that was on the network. There's not loads they've put up that was not on the network. So there are bits, though. There are definitely bits they're putting up, little clips. So I actually watched one yesterday, which was a fan convention just before WrestleMania 19, where The Rock goes over and has a word with Stone Cold. Stone Cold's doing autographs. And they're going to face, like, the next day or a couple of days later at WrestleMania, Stone Cold signing stuff at, like, you know, WWE Access. And The Rock comes over, and you get to see, like, a 5-minute conversation between them. And I watched that. There's nothing much to it, to be honest. The Rock just, you know, tries to have a bit of a joke with Stone Cold. Stone Cold has a bit of a joke back. It's a little interaction that I don't think they ever expected to be seen by the wider world, because they're a little out of character. Like, you can tell they're kind of getting along and they're in good spirits. So it's the kind of thing that I don't think they ever expected would go on the internet and be seen by people around the world. But that got uploaded the other day. I'd never seen that before. There wasn't much to it, though. You haven't missed out if you haven't seen it. But it does give me hope there's footage out there that we've never seen. But loads that's missing, unfortunately. So, yeah, Thomas, shout out to you. I'd love to see some of that MSG stuff. You should have recorded it, Thomas. That's very selfish of you to watch it and not record those shows. Aaron?
I know why they do the long title reigns, but I would like some 4 months, 3 month. And maybe then a 9-month reign, a lot of deserving people on the roster, everyone. Can't be champ, but you'll know what I mean.
Well, I sort of feel like I agree with you. I agree. I think that WWE feels like it's running at 0.5, 0.75 speed. I sort of feel like everything's playing out and it's, you know, it's fine. It's watchable. It's chugging along. There's progression. It's comfortable. I mean, that's the general show. Yes, you're going to have moments and you're going to have title changes and you build into pay-per-views. I get all of that. But I'm just talking about the general pace and feel of a show. I feel like it's 0.5075. I will go backstage. There'll be a little interview. That'll set up a match. We'll do the match. Then we'll go to a match that had been announced. You know, that's not really got any crazy repercussions, but perhaps someone gets involved. Then we've got a title match coming up later. And it's just, we just kind of chug along and it's fine. But it's not, you would not use the word exhilarating. You know, it's not a thrill ride. I feel like you could speed things up and get them a bit quicker. So, you know, get more title defenses in there. Well, if you do that, that means that, you know, you're going to see more matches, Lyra versus that person, Lyra versus that person, Lyra versus that person. It also means she'll lose the title quicker because she's obviously not going to have as long a reign if she's facing more people, because eventually she's going to come across someone that's going to beat her. But that's okay, because that means that her reign, instead of being 8 months, is 4 months. But she got a lot of matches in within that time, and so you've basically done the 8-month run in 4 months, and you've sped everything up, right? And that, I think, could result in things being a bit better, a bit more exhilarating. Like, you know, we're doing this week, we're doing this week. The only problem you've got is that, will the criticism then come in that, like, nothing matters? You know, Lyra's defending the belt, she's going to win, she won last week, she won the week before, she won the week before that. Do you get, like, overexposure? Do people not feel as special anymore? I don't know. I think there's pros and cons to it. Maybe an 8-month run could be done in 6 months. Perhaps the 0.75 speed is more accurate. I agree with you that we could just, I feel like that dial can be turned a bit, you know? I feel like the pacing of it, how long the title runs are, and how long it takes the stories to develop. You know, like, how long did we wait for Finn Balor and Dominic to split? How long did we wait for Finn and Damian to come to blows? And then, like, when they did feud, was it that great of a feud? Was the Damian Finn feud, like, really worth it at the end? I sort of think, like, we could get, you know, how long have we waited for A-Town Down Under to split? How long have they been teasing that for? How long have they been teasing the Fraxium split for, you know? I kind of feel like we tease these things for ages and ages and ages and ages. And then sometimes when we do get to the split, it's not very good. It's not very satisfying. And it takes a long time for it to play out, when we could be a bit snappier with stuff. But I sort of feel like whatever they do, there will be criticism. I sort of feel like, I think the healthier way to look at it is it in a good place at the moment? Do we go into the shows looking forward to them? And I would hope that people would say yes. I mean, I'm going into Friday looking forward to it. Certainly coming off the back of a really good Monday, I'm going into Friday looking forward to it. I think you sort of tell yourself it's WrestleMania season, so the shows are going to be good. And of course, we've just seen February, March. It's not been that way. And, well, they've been okay, but they haven't reached the level we hoped for. And so then once WrestleMania's done, you know, you'll tell yourself, okay, well, we'll have the draft coming up. That'll change everything. Or King and Queen of the Ring. I enjoyed that last year. So, you know, we'll have that coming up. You sort of tell yourself, and then it'll be Money in the Bank, and everyone loves Money in the Bank because, well, Sammy could win, you know, or flipping whoever you love could win. And so everyone loves Money in the Bank. And then before you know it, you'll be at SummerSlam. And to be honest with you, the only time of the year I tend to get a bit worried is when we're starting to get into, say, September, October. I know that in the end of November, we've got Survivor Series, so November should be okay. But I do find that September, October's a lull because we're post SummerSlam. There's not really anything massive around. So September, October can be a bit, and December historically is a horrible month. December is horrible because, we haven't had a show in December the past few years. This year should be okay because goodbye Cena. So we should be absolutely fine in December this year. But historically, December's a bit of a... But this year should be fine. This year, it'll be September, October I'll be worried about. But, I agree. I think like it runs at 0.75 speeds. Some people might say even slower than that. And maybe we could find a way of just turning that dial and speeding things up a little bit. But then, do you just create more problems? You could, honestly, you could. I think creative and booking and WWE, I think it's very, very difficult. I think the truth is it is very difficult. I don't think it's as easy as we sometimes sit here and make out that it is. Like, why aren't they doing that? It's so simple. They should do this. And maybe sometimes it is, but maybe sometimes it was quite hard for them to get to where they got to anyway because of illnesses and injuries and plan. I mean, if you've got a plan and then that person's ill, so you need a replacement, and then this person has picked up an injury, so they're out for 8 months. So you need a replacement, and then you've got to replace that as well. But it's got to make sense. So then you've got to sort the promos to build to the matches, and then you've got to drop in some other things, and then The Rock's going to appear. No, Rock can't do it. Schedule's changed. Okay, so we've got to take The Rock out. So what do we do with our main event? Well, that person's going to have to come out of that feud to go there. So what do we do with that feud now? So we've got to fix that feud, but at least our main event's sorted. And that's going to affect Elimination Chamber. So now we have to change Elimination Chamber. And this is the point, like, if you was to sit down and actually go through all the issues that they have to juggle and swap people out, and this promo here, and okay, well, there's SmackDown, that at least is sorted. Like, I could imagine that it's actually a lot more difficult to get the show on screen than we maybe give credit. And so I wonder if you was going a million miles an hour, if you actually just make life a hell of a lot harder for yourself, you know? But then everyone will point to Attitude Era and they will say, like, well, that was fast-paced and it worked. And that is also true. So I feel like it is possible. But it is a much bigger roster now, of course. There is a lot more people around, more people than I think we've ever had before. So you are a lot more moving parts now. Don't know, interesting. Hannah
W. Daze. That's true as things get out of proportion, but things are tough to say if they're true. As Meltzer talks, Dynamite reports getting 1 million with Max and TV numbers together, but he not sure.
Okay, so in regards to that, there was someone that I think works for SE Scoops or something that put an article out, and it's dated the 31st of March. So, I mean, it could be an April Fool's, right? But if this turns out to be an April Fool's, it's going to annoy a lot of people because there's been a lot of people that are like, really? So it's SE Scoops that have put this information out. They've dated the information as the 31st of March. I've not seen anywhere them saying that it is April Fool's or anything like this. And they're claiming that AEW gets 500,000 on Max. Now, I struggle to believe that, to be honest with you, because we know that before they went to Max, that show was getting 650,000 total, right? And now it's dipped down a little bit. It's, you know, it's still around that ballpark, but, you know, I don't think they've just magically picked up 500,000 viewers out of nowhere. I mean, like, their TV number is around low end 600,000, 620, something like that. So if it turned out that there was 50,000 on Max, not 500,000, I could probably believe that. I could believe that they've picked up a few extra viewers and that 50,000 watch on Max. and that would take their number to 670, something like that. TV 620, max 50,000. That takes them to 670. God, give them 80,000, right? Let's say they get to 700,000, right? But we know what their numbers were like before Max came along. So what they really just magically picked up 500,000 viewers, did they? And I struggle with that. For them going at 650 to now doing 1.1 million is insane. And this is kind of where people are like, is this an April Fool's? What's this? People are very confused by this data because it's just so out of sync. It's so bizarre. I mean, to be honest with you, we don't touch like AEW. We don't really talk AEW. So for me, it doesn't, I'm not bothered. For me, it doesn't, I don't need to talk about it, do I? Because I don't cover it. I don't cover AEW. So that's for others to worry about. All I can say is I struggle to believe it. And that's it. I struggle to believe it. I struggle to believe that Dynamite that was on TV doing 600,000 and then it gets put onto Max, and then not only is it still doing 600,000 on TV, but it's doing 500,000 as well on Max. Like, no one else think that's weird. No one else think that's strange. It is weird. So I don't know. I don't need to care either. I mean, they can do whatever they can do. And I just struggle to believe those numbers. Aaron, shout out to you.
Aaron Hanrahan. Member. I get that point, Daze. But if every title reign is long in my head, I'll be saying that person only held the belt. Just a few short reigns wouldn't do any harm.
Yeah, a few short reigns is fine. Mixing it up is absolutely fine. I don't disagree. Lisa. So what Lisa's saying?
Daze, I think that Jay just standing there towards the end was great. He was acting frozen in shock from just seeing his twin getting assaulted, and he couldn't protect Jim. His reaction was perfect.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree, because I think that with wrestling, you are told to kind of really emote so that the people at the back can really understand. Like, you've got to communicate with your body. You have to find a way of sending messages to the back row. You know, this is why John's very big with his mannerisms. You don't get a lot of subtle stuff, and if it is something subtle, it's something that they'll pick up on TV, and if the live crowd don't see it, it doesn't really ruin anything. I'm thinking like, I'm sorry, I love you. An amazing moment, right? That is picked up on TV. If the live crowd don't see it, they don't miss anything. They can understand that Shawn Michaels is hesitating for a moment before delivering that final kick, delivers it. He puts Ric Flair down for goods. 1, 2, 3, done. But if you watched it on TV or you'll caught it later, you'll see that in that hesitation, there was a little detail of him saying, I'm sorry, I love you. Boom, right? So that, perfect, okay? In regards to Jay, I think if he is going to give up, I think if he is going to get to the point where he is resigned to the fact that he can't save his brother, then I think he needs to get that across and communicate that in some way that's better than just standing there. If he just stands there, it can also give a bit of a vibe of not being too bothered. I mean, we would need a close-up of his face and tears running down his face. That might have done it. But I would still say that you're not sending a good enough message to Rosette. I would say the people at the very back are just watching you stand there, not doing anything. When the alternative would be to drop down to your knees and to actually, like, you know, crumple onto the floor with your arms still thing, head in your hands, like, get that message to Rosette. Get that message across that you're resigned, you've given up. There's nothing you can do. It's hopeless. get that message out there with your body language. And so that's how I feel about it. If you think it was perfect, that's absolutely fine. I honestly, as I said before, everyone has different opinions, and everyone's entitled to their opinions. And I love the fact that we have different opinions. I mean, I think that's why these spaces work as well as they do, because I think if everyone felt the same about moments, then there wouldn't really be a need for these kind of platforms. Because if everyone felt exactly the same, you would know how everyone else felt, wouldn't you? There would be no review videos, or there would not really be a need for watch-alongs or anything like that, because if everyone felt the same, then everyone would know how everyone else felt, because everyone would feel the same, and so none of this would exist. So differing opinions are, vital, are important. And I think that's why when a big moment happens, I mean, if something massive happens in wrestling, I don't know about you, but I would miss the community. And this is why I keep saying, like, I would struggle to go to a live show that I would stream, because I would want to know what the community would be saying. I'm watching something and I know how I feel about it and why I feel that way. But how's everyone else receiving it? How's everyone else taking that moment? Because that moment is, has it landed? It's landed for me. Maybe it's not landed for others. Perhaps there's a criticism that's in there that people did. And actually, I would get, that intrigue, I think, is a very powerful intrigue of, like, how does everyone else feel about this? I felt that way when I went to Raw in 2019 and I saw The Fiend. So I saw The Fiend for the first time, and I've told this story. I was in the O2 Arena. The Firefly Funhouse episode plays. The Fiend is on that episode. And so I see The Fiend, and I'm like, oh my God, this has not been shown in the UK. This has not been shown in America. The only people that have seen The Fiend right now are the people that are in this flipping room, and I'm in this room, right? And so I ran outside, and there's a video on the channel of me going, guys, you need to watch Raw tonight. I know you're watching Raw anyway, but you've got to watch Raw tonight, because what I just saw was amazing. It is going to change everything. You've got to watch Raw. Now, obviously, other boomers that were in that flipping room just recorded it and put it up on X anyway. So, I mean, it was doing the rounds. But I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to spoil it. So instead, I ran outside of the arena at the O2, like, guys, oh my God. And this was that episode of the Funhouse where we very first, do you want to know a secret? And then it, like, shows you The Fiend, right? That took place in London. That aired in London at the O2. And I remember thinking, like, I can't wait for people to see this. I can't wait to see the reaction of, like, what people are going to say. Because I thought it was badass. I thought it was cool. I knew others would feel the same, but I wanted to know what do people think of the mask? What do people think of the costume? What do people think of the presentation? And I was really looking forward to seeing what others had to say. But again, if everyone had the same opinion, you wouldn't really be that bothered, would you? Because, like, you'd know that everyone would just be thinking the exact same thing. So, yeah, I'm always welcoming of different opinions, as long as they are honest opinions and they're not just different opinions to try and, wind people up or something like that. Because we know trolls exist, but thankfully I don't think we have any of those in our community. Defcon Prime, shout out to you, said our collection has now hit over 1,000 Transformers and 653 wrestlers. Mates, you have to send a picture over if you can. I'd love to see your all your Transformers and your wrestlers. I'll pop that in the community folder. To send that over, I think people would like to see that. Over 1,000 Transformers. Have you got an Optimus Prime? Or a Bumblebee? Because those are literally the only two I can name. And if you haven't, you need to get them because they're really important. Yeah. So, Defcon Prime, shout out to you. Lisa said, I see the point. He could have been screaming, I'm sorry, or yelling at Gunther. That his issue was with him, not Jim. Lisa, shout out to you. James said Dark State versus The Family needs to happen. Yeah, that could be what we get at Stand and Deliver. Toby said, I rewatched the Cena Cody segment straight after the stream, and I rarely do that. I thought it was quality. It had it all for the diehards and the casuals, says Toby. Naomi showing people how to work as a heel right now. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. William said, unless your opinion is wrong, and then you can go F yourself. No, we get lots of different opinions. I see them all the time in the opinions videos. So this is why, you know, people shouldn't worry about giving alternative opinions. I see them all the time. We get them all the time in the other videos, in the opinion videos. I think when it comes to different opinions, right, and this is just worth putting a bow on this conversation, like, we're a community that, like, get on and obviously hang out a lot. So here, I would like to think there's a safe space. I'm not going to have a go at anyone for their differing opinion. I might express that I disagree, and I'll try and back it up with reasons as to why. But I'm never going to, like, oh my God, you're an idiot. You don't know wrestling, blah, 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? That ain't this space. There's other places that have that kind of attitude, but that ain't what we've got here. And actually, there's been some brilliant theories and thoughts and stuff that has been presented, and things that have actually gone that way. There was people telling me about a John Cena heel turn, and I was like, nah, I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because this is his final year. He's waving goodbye. It's very late in the day. It's not going to hit like it did 10 years ago. It's, you know, people are buying tickets and merch to say thanks for everything. It's the farewell. And then they flipping did it. So, you know, shows what I know. Kim's Trains,
a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Daze, do you think that the gimmicky wrestlers that WWE had, like TL Hopper, Duke the Dumpster, Droz, etc., would work today? Or are they past their prime? Also, would you like to see a WCW reunion show?
They didn't work at the time, to be honest with you. You know, your Friar Fergusons, your Duke the Dumpster Drozes, whatever Adam Bomb was, TL Hopper, as you say, those kind of gimmicks that are based on jobs. I mean, I got it. I really got it, because as a kid, I didn't. It's really weird, because as a kid, you love everything. We've said this. And when I was getting to New Generation, I was still loving everything. But I really did not mind the bin man that was a wrestler. I mean, I got into wrestling having seen a prisoner against a prison officer, and it blew my mind. I've said before, like, I watched that show, Survivor Series 92, and I was like, hang on. They're allowing this. Like, they're allowing a prisoner to go up against a prison officer. I couldn't get my head. I mean, you know what it's like when you first see wrestling. You've got all the questions. I mean, I never questioned if it was real, but I was questioning how does this work? What is this? I could see what I was watching, but it was just mind blowing. I mean, that's the only word I can say. It blew my mind. And then when I got to the Undertaker, I mean, Jesus, I was passed out on the floor. I couldn't get my head around it. So for me, I got into wrestling seeing, you know, someone from a tribe wrestling, you know, a dead man. You know, I saw a big boss man prisoner officer taking on a prisoner. You know, I saw these characters, and of course, you know, then we moved to Raw, and there's a clown running around that I loved. And I saw, you look at all that and you're like, yeah, it's a natural progression to add a bin man, a plumber, right? It's a natural progression to add the goon, right? And those kind of characters. And I was fine with it. And I had no problem with it. To me, it was no different than the Big Boss Man. The Bin Man was no different than the Big Boss Man. It's just for some reason the Boss Man was winning and the Bin Man struggled to win. And that was the difference, really. I mean, TL Hopper was just, a jobber. He didn't pick up any wins. But I mean, to be honest, I think the adults in the room were rolling their eyes. I think the adults in the room were like, Jesus, what a joke wrestling has become. Because they knew where wrestling had been. They knew what wrestling had been, and it had been a contest of two. It'd been like boxing, really. You had two wrestlers that were proud, and they were highly trained, and, they had, put the years of work in, and they were superstars, and we were going to put them against each other. And who was going to come out on top. Just like you would with Tyson Fury against Usyk, right? Fast forward a few years, here's Vince going, oh, well, that one's a bin man. That one's a clown, right? That one's from Hawaii. That one is based on flipping Miami Vice. And all this kind of stuff. And of course, the old timers, the adults in the room are flipping horrified. Horrified. But I promise you, the kids in the room were not. The kids in the room, like myself, were like, I loved Adam Bomb. I flipping loved Adam Bomb. Adam Bomb was someone I was like, yeah, cool name. He came down, he had the long hair, he had the kind of nuclear thing sign. There was a time where there was foam bombs that were being thrown in the crowd as well. I loved Adam Bomb. I wanted Adam Bomb to pick up wins and, get somewhere. But I think there was just this stench that was around and what wrestling had become. And actually, if you hear any interviews with Bruno Sammartino, he's very vocal about how wrestling had become a joke and how Vince had ruined wrestling. And they were taking the mick out of the sport, the sport that had been so prestigious with world heavyweight champion. And you get it. I get it. The world heavyweight wrestling champion was someone to put on a pedestal. It was someone to admire. It was someone to respect. Someone to look up to. You ain't going to do that with the bin man, right? You ain't going to do that with the flipping plumber or the monk. So it didn't work. A new generation was a really bad time. I think it also hurt that for some reason creative just disappears. I mean, 95 is a struggle. I mean, it is not looked back on with much fondness. I feel like Wrestle with Andy's got some fondness for it. I'm sure I've heard Wrestle with Andy fight in the good fight. I'm here for that. Because I think if you pick through, you can find some stuff in that year that has been overlooked. There are moments in that year that are worthy of, recognition. It's not, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater type situation. You can find stuff in there, but general consensus, does 95 stack up to 98, 97? Does it stack up to 2024? Does it stack up to, even what we're doing? I mean, it's regarded as one of WWE's worst years. So to actually now use those gimmicks and bring them into the modern age, it didn't work in 95. I don't think it would work so much now. I think there is a place for some gimmicks. I think the Wyatt Six show you that modern wrestling fans are fine with gimmicks. Modern wrestling fans embrace Undertaker. So I think that you can get away with doing something, but I think it's really hard because in this day and age, people are a lot more educated, a lot more switched on. There was kind of back then, people weren't stupid back in the 90s, but I think there was more mystery. I mean, now mystery is just exposed everywhere because the internet, social media, everyone knows what's going on in the world. Everyone knows, secrets are exposed. The business is exposed. Back then there was more mystery. I watched wrestling and I didn't know if what I was watching was real. And eventually you come to learn that it's, scripted, but it's, you didn't, I didn't know. For the good few years that I was watching when I was young, I had no idea that it was not real. And once I'm getting towards, I'm a bit older and I'm hearing more people talk and I'm hearing more things, you know, then you start putting the pieces together and you can start seeing, and then you start understanding. I think it's just one of those, naturally, as you get older, you know. So back then, it wasn't that people were stupids, but there was just more uncertainty about things. There was more uncertainty. You couldn't be certain about stuff. Whereas now, you can just flip in Google on your phone to get answers. You could go on the internet and get answers to anything you're wondering. Back then, you couldn't. Unless you had the encyclopedia. And that might not even have an answer you were looking for. Or a certain wrestling book, or maybe The Observer, or I don't know. So there was much more uncertainty. So it didn't work then. Bringing in those characters, I don't think it would work now, but I do think there is a place for something. I think you can get away with gimmicks. I think, you know, look at Bray, look at The Fiend. The Fiend was divisive, you know. It wins, I think, best gimmick in 2019 for Wrestling Observer, but then wins worst gimmick in 2020. So, I mean, talk about divisive. So I think if done right, there's a way that you can have something, but I don't think you can flood the whole roster with gimmicks. No, I don't think you can do that. I think people but you can get something. You can get something on there. And in regards to a WCW reunion, yeah, definitely. I think it would be of limited appeal. I think it's been a long time, 20 odd years. I mean, you think in like late 90s, that would be like doing a reunion show for something that ended in 79. Even longer than that, actually. I mean, it's been, 24 years since WCW closed its doors. So in 1998, that would be like doing a reunion show for a promotion that ended in 1974. So I think we have to be realistic that there would be interest, but it would not be crazy interest. I think that you might want to test the waters with the WCW channel that's on YouTube and seeing how much engagement there is on that. And actually, the numbers from that channel could then tell you how much interest there is in the WCW products. And then you might have a bit of confidence. You know, do you do it as a house show at first to see how many people come along? Do you just go big and just, I don't know, do a PLE? But, I mean, that would... What kind of financial risk is there with that? Do you know, if you could do something like they did with the first Evolution or Women's show, which is, it wasn't really promoted that much. If you actually look at that show, it feels like a televised house show. I mean, the stage is not very big. The venue is not crazy. It's, you know, it's a PLE that doesn't feel like a PLE. And I wonder if you end up doing something like that and you just invite Eric Bischoff and Booker T and you get the stars on. But I don't know what matches you would do. I mean, would you do like Lexis King because he's the son of Brian Pillman? You know, do you go that way? Do you have a look at like bringing on some kids of people that were, you know, on that show? I mean, Goldberg's obviously still around. Hogan, Nash, Bischoff, Flair. You can't get Sting at the moment, which would be a miss. That would be a shame. But do you just get some big names? I don't know what matches you do. But yeah, I think there'd be something there. But I can't say that I see that doing any major numbers. I think it's a side attraction, you know, very much like Evolution. The all-women's PLE, it would feel like a side thing. Long Beach Hippie said, romp that smooth skin. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you. WWE for Life said, it's hard to watch the original Raws. I want to watch them in order, but not all of them are on Netflix. Yeah, not everything moved over, did it? I agree. Thomas said, I think Wyatt 6 would have worked in the mid-90s if done correctly. Oh, yeah. I think it's easier to take gimmicks today and put them back then because it was very gimmick heavy back then. But because it's not so gimmick heavy today, I think it's harder to do it the other way around.
Uncle Revel. I tell people all the time that you don't watch a movie and talk about how it isn't real. Just sit and enjoy the ride.
Yeah. Spiller, the realists. Let's have a look, see what Spiller's saying. Pest control.
Spiller the realist. Hey, Daze, I have a cool story for you.
Okay.
I do pest control. We are based in Tampa, and I got to meet Natalia because she was one of our customers. I sprayed her house, and she let me take a picture with her.
Well, that's an amazing story. Can I just say, pest control, you're doing God's work. I flipping hate rats. I hate them. It's, honestly, it's the one thing. I'd be all right around, I mean, if the snake's around, I'm not going to be thrilled. But I feel like I would cope better, believe it or not, than if there's rats around. I just can't cope with rats. There's a horrible story at the moment where Birmingham, one of our big cities, is broke. They've got no money, right? They are absolutely broke. And so, like, the bin men aren't getting a pay rise. And so the bin men are on strike. And so all the litter is building up. And now, like, they're seeing, like, giant rats, like, running around in the streets. And it's, like, it's horrific. And it's all because the bin collections aren't happening at the moment. And there's, like, all this drama going on. So, like, pest control, you are doing God's work. I have nothing but respect for you. We actually have someone come here as well because we're in the countryside. So we obviously have got like field mice and stuff like that. And the occasional rat has been detected. I've only ever seen 2 dead ones. I've never seen any running around. I've only ever seen 2 dead ones around here. But I used to live in Southampton, which is where the Titanic set sail from. And living in Southampton, it's a dock, and it's obviously by the water. And I mean, there are so many rats around there. So many rats around. I would see something on a regular basis. And actually, this one time, my nightmare, I left a pub late at night. I was drunk. I was so drunk, I wasn't really thinking straight. I just wanted to get home. So I left this pub. I was walking with a friend, and we cut through the park, mate. We walked into that park, and there must have been about 20 or like that just like scurried away into the bushes and just ran off as we were walking in. But to actually step into the park and have them go like that, oh God, I hated it. Thank God I was drunk. Thank God I was drunk. Even though I was drunk, it still stuck with me though. So I just want you to know, I even though it's in Tampa, nowhere near where I am, I respect your work. But that's cool that you got a picture with Natalia. I bumped into her in a shop in Boots in the UK in Birmingham, and she was flipping lovely. She is so nice. I feel like you obviously she's going to have bad days, but yeah, she was lovely when I met her.
Annan. Daze. Do you see any of the following entering the WWE Hall of Fame? Friar Ferguson, Paige, Paul London, Bobby Lashley.
Do we see any of these going in? Friar Ferguson, no. Paige could do because she's really important for the history of women's wrestling. She was the first women's NXT champion, and she came up and was part of that women's evolution. I think anyone that was really around at that time is kind of in contention, because that moment where you've got Steph in the ring saying, we heard you about the Divas Revolution, we're going to do something about it. And they call up some girls from NXT like Charlotte and Sasha and Becky. Paige was already around, but she was in there. The Bellas were already up there, so they were involved. So you have PCB, which is one of the teams, Team Bella is one of the teams. What was the other one? It was like, I can't remember what the other one was. Something like B&B or something. I can't remember. Bad. I've got Bad. I remember the shirts. It was Tamina, Naomi, and Sasha. And it was like Team Bad or something like that. But I think the Bad stood for something. Something and dangerous. But anyway, you had those three teams. And that really is where we relaunch women's wrestling. That is kind of where everything grows from. Those are the seeds that are planted, and everything kind of comes out from that in 2015. So I think Paige was obviously a part of that. She was in PCB, which I think was Paige, Charlotte, and Becky, which is why they were PCB. They did try to call themselves Submission Sorority, and then it turned out that there is a porn channel called that. So they had to go with a different name. So, they did try to call themselves that. But I'm pleased they didn't stick with that name. And, I think anyone that's around at that time is worthy of kind of being inducted. And I think certainly with Paige, because she was the first NXT Women's Champion, she's got a little extra, there. Paul London, I wouldn't think so. They do put mid-carders in, but, that one is... I think for me, there should be a line. And, you're talking about longevity. If you're a mid-carder that didn't get a world title, then, you've got to look at longevity. The argument of, like, if someone wins loads of mid-card belts, do they get in? I suppose they do. But, I mean, he hasn't got, like, loads of championships to his name, so... and longevity, I don't think's really there. It would be a no for me. Bobby Lashley, I would put in. Former world champion. Obviously involved in Battle of the Billionaires with him and Umaga. Had a good run. Went away. Came back. Won the championship again. So, yeah, I think Bobby Lashley goes in, yeah. Paul London was fantastic in his team with Brian Kendrick. Taker 1990 said, could you imagine if Cody's Finish the Story never happened and it would be OTC Royal Rumble still champion versus heel Cena? How would that play out? Well, I mean, we sort of already had it, to be honest. We had Roman as a heel against Cena as a babyface. That was a SummerSlam match, wasn't it? I want to say a good few years ago now, but it was still when he had turned heel. So I sort of feel like we've already had that match. Roman won. And I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of pleased we did finish the story. I think WrestleMania 40 needed that. I think it needed that. I think Cody needed that. It's just the creative that followed wasn't as engaging. Daze, what do we think of Alexa Bliss's tweets? I don't think a great deal, to be honest. I think that there is... the why is very interesting. She's kind of shrugging and asking why, but no one seems to know what she's saying that to. I mean, she said it after Raw, so some people are wondering if it's in relation to the Rhea Bianca situation. I sort of feel like there's a big piece of information. If we knew what she was responding to, it would help. I didn't know if it was something more to do with Liv and Raquel going up against Lyra and Bayley, because if we're going to get Liv and Raquel against Lyra and Bayley, then of course you're starting to worry about, well, I think the plans were meant to be Liv and Raquel against Alexa and a partner. So why are we doing that match? So could it be that Alexa's asking that same question? So the timing of it, I think, was just after Raw, which kind of suggests that she waited for the end of the show. And some people are thinking it might relate to the Rhea thing. But it could be to do with Liv and Raquel against Lyra and Bailey, because that feels like it's building towards something. So Alexa could be asking Wyatt that, but I don't really get it, because surely she knows what the plans are. Surely they've said to her, right, we're going to finish the European tour, and then as soon as we're back, we will get you involved with Liv, right? So if she's been told that, there's not really a reason for her to ask why, because, well, surely she knows the plan. So I don't really think anything, because I think too much information is missing. I don't think you can really, no one can really pin it down as to what it is. I've seen theories, and people have got theories, of course, as to what they think it is, but no one can really pin it down to anything. So we'll just have to wait and see. There's a lot of hope that we'll be seeing her on Friday. A lot of people hoping that we see her then, and hopefully we get some answers. But Hank and Tank is talking to another tag team on Twitter, but they're not showing who that team is. Oh. Well, it was Motor City last week, wasn't it? And they've also had conversations with, was it the Hardy Boys? So they're having a few words with different people. I seem to remember last week's show being a little bit of a step down from where we had been. So hopefully this week we can kind of bounce back a little bit and just get something going. Apparently we've only got 2 more shows after this week, and then we're at Stand and Deliver. So we've got, including this week, 3 shows. We've got 3 shows. So yeah, we're not really drowning in time when it comes to actually having loads of time left to put matches together, but it should be quite quick. I think we've got lots of pieces kind of roughly where they need to be, and then it's just a case of bang, 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 and we can put them in place. So it should come together quite quickly. Kim Shane said, do we think WWE should induct some classic wrestlers like Big Daddy or Giant Haystacks or Rollerball Rocco in the legacy aspect? Yeah, they could. They could. I like the legacy aspect. I think the legacy thing is for seemingly wrestlers that didn't really have any... Well, they use it a bit differently, actually, because some people have gone in through legacy, like, I think Luna Vachon is in the Hall of Fame, but she went through in a legacy class. What's that about? And also they put in Lord Alfred Hayes through a legacy class. Lord Alfred Hayes was massive in WWE. I mean, he was a commentator, he was a host, backstage interviewer. I don't know why they did that. This is the part of it that can get a bit annoying, though, is that they, obviously tried to make the Hall of Fame a bit of a TV product. So, they want to be putting names that people are aware of, wrestlers, big names that people are aware of, and doing their kind of induction speeches to make the best show possible. So it's a bit of a shame that, like, those names don't get their opportunity. I mean, I think neither of them are with us. So perhaps the belief was, let's get them in the Hall of Fame, but we're not really too interested in hearing from their family. You know what I mean? Like, even like Lord Alfred Hayes to the modern audience isn't a massive name. So, if he was alive, maybe we would give him the honor, but he's not. So we'll just put him in legacy. So I like legacy. I think there's some really, really important wrestlers that go into the Hall of Fame through legacy. Really important names. Some of the most important names. I think Frank Gotch and Farmer Burns, and I think Hackenschmidt might have gone in through legacy. So, I mean, some of the biggest names in the history of wrestling have gone in that way. So can't really make an argument for them not doing the same when it comes to British wrestlers and the impact they've had. So yeah, I don't really see a problem with it. I know there's people that are like, no, the WWE Hall of Fame should be for WWE wrestlers, but if you look at the legacy class, that's just not the case. There's a lot of wrestlers that never stepped foot in a WWE ring that went through the legacy classes. So you absolutely could put people in that way, but I don't think it really serves a massive purpose, though. Like the legacy thing. it's just a little video package, isn't it? It doesn't really do anything apart from get names into their Hall of Fame. So that's not one that I think that many fans would really care about. Daze, how about the Brooklyn Brawler? Well, do you know what? You could make an argument for Steve Lombardi, because not only was he the Brawler, I think you'd put Steve Lombardi in, not the Brawler, because Steve Lombardi was also a few other characters. I think he might have been Kimchi, for Kamala's handler. I think he might have played that role. And, of course, he was Brooklyn Brawler. But he played other enhancement talent roles as well. And I think because he had so many different roles, and because he will have a good longevity, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think, for me, when it comes to the Hall of Fame, you put people in if they've been they've reached the top, they've been a world champion. That's where you kind of set the benchmark. Then if they've made serious contributions to the mid-card. Now, serious contributions could be the amount of title reigns they had, or it could be the longevity that they were with. I mean, it comes down to impact, and that's just going to be very hard, isn't it? You could have been in for a couple of years, but the impact you had could have changed the industry. So it makes it very, very difficult. Where do you draw that line? I think for me, if you're someone that really contributed over a long period of time and you was used on a regular basis, then I think, yeah, you've had a Hall of Fame career. You played your part. And so for me, Steve Lombardi played his part. He might not have been a world champion. He might not even have won that many matches, but he was used on a regular basis. He made others look amazing, and he did it year after year after year after year after year after year after year. And that, that deserves recognition in my book. That deserves recognition. So I don't think it should just be for those that have been world champion. I think that you can go further down the card. But where it gets a bit messy for me is if you're a mid-carder that won a few mid-card belts, be it the tag belts or be it intercontinental belts or a United States belt, and you won, a couple of those. You was around for 5-6 years. So you wasn't there that was for 10 years. You was there for, say, 5 or something. I don't know. Is that a Hall of Fame career? That's why I keep saying, where's the line? For me, I probably wouldn't include those kinds of people. And I think that cuts a lot of people out. It cuts a lot of people out. And maybe you'd have to ad hoc it. Perhaps there's the odd person that made, within that time, a real impact, So you can't really have a hard and fast rule, but you can have a general idea as to, where you might have to make the odd exception. But it's not going to be the same for everyone, is it? A lot of people would only have world champs going. Lombardi was Kimchi. He was Abe Knuckleball Shorts. He was the Brooklyn Brawler and a trainer for a few years. I think Bam Bam Bigelow and Oliver Humperdinck should go into the Hall of Fame. Humperdinck, I think, would go in legacy. Bam Bam, I would like to think, would get a proper induction. But I agree, both should go in. Brony said there's a scenario that could happen at Mania where Randy actually turns on Cody, costing him the title. And then we get Cody-Randy non-title feud. Thoughts? I would rather that for the title, to be honest. I would rather we did that for the title. But, yeah, we could go that way. I really don't mind. I mean, I don't mind a Randy-Cody feud. I actually would have turned Randy heel, and I would have done that feud. But I would have had it for the championship. So, turning him heel, I'm on board with that. I would have done that. But as I said, I'd have the title involved. Everyone knows I wouldn't put the belt on Cena whilst he's a heel and he's so desperately trying to get the crowd to hate him, because that's going to work to some degree. He's going to have the fans against him. I mean, he's working hard to achieve that. He's still going to have some support. You're still hearing "Let's Go Cena" chants, but he's worked hard for 3 weeks to try and, if anything else, get the crowd turned against him. So him winning 17 as a heel is just not something I'm looking for. So I personally would keep the belt on Cena, keep the belt on Cody, have Cena and Orton go up against each other at Backlash, because I think that's a massive match. And maybe do a Orton heel turn a little bit further down the road. And I'd have Cena getting that title really towards the end of the year. Maybe when he comes to his senses that actually being a heel wasn't right for him. And that he needs the fans. And actually, you know, maybe if he loses a lot as a heel, maybe that would change his mind. Perhaps, you know, in his mind, he needed to turn heel. He needed to turn on the fans to start winning. And actually, maybe he finds out that's not the case. Perhaps it doesn't help. Perhaps actually, you know, he needed the fans all along. I don't know. I don't know how you turn him back. It's going to have to be something like that. I like the idea of The Rock abusing him and then him standing up to The Rock. We saw that work quite a few times in the past. So I think him pushing back at The Rock and actually standing up for himself. Because what you'll get is you'll get the crowd going, come on, Cena, wake up. Just like they did with Otis and Chad. Just like they did with Daniel Bryan and Bray Wyatt. So I think if you can get the crowd behind Cena, like, come on, Cena. Stop letting him treat you like this. As soon as he does stand up to it, then you'll get that big reaction. So I'd probably turn him that way. But why would The Rock be getting frustrated with John? It's got to be because he keeps losing and letting him down. So I don't know that this heel run is going to be a great success in ring-wise, but I don't know what they're cooking up. We are very much off-roading with this heel turn, so we'll have to see what they've got up their sleeve. It could be that he gets 17 at WrestleMania and goes on to try and defend that title, and they cheat their way to, you know, victory. And then I don't know why. Maybe he loses the belt. Maybe The Rock starts attacking him after. Perhaps then John turns on The Rock at that point. There's a few ways that you can do it. It's just which is the best way. We've got just over 5 minutes to go. Long Beach Hippie said Midnight Express versus Road Warriors for honorable historic match. Night of the Skywalkers. That's an interesting one. Would they put in non-WWE stuff into historic moment? I don't know if they would. I mean, they might go with like WCW stuff because they've put WCW, you know, Sting went into the Hall of Fame and he had a proper induction. But I don't know if we're going all the way back to like that Night of the Skywalkers. I don't know. I don't know if they would put that in. I wonder if there'll be a legacy class for matches. Because there's loads of matches that deserve to go in that are outside of the WWE bubble. I wonder if the WWE Hall of Fame will bring a legacy in class for that. It's an interesting thought. Cena should get a tattoo of a dude mowing the lawn on his head, said Frank. Cena should get that shirt from 2015 with him doing the "You Can't See Me" hand motion tattooed in the bald spot, said Alex. Is it true Vince bought TNA? It's not true, Johnny. It was an April Fool's. Mayor Pete said, I hope they make a Demolition Funko 2-pack. I've got a Hall of Fame Dudleys 2-pack on the way. I'm hoping that the Dudleys can both sign it during Mania week. I like those Hall of Fame Funkos, actually. I've not seen a Dudleys one. Is that a new one that's been shown? Oh, yeah. So, the Dudley Boys. I've seen Undertaker, Kane, Rowdy Roddy Piper, but I had not seen Dudley Boy 2-packs. Yeah, the Hall of Fame line I really like. I think it's really good, really classy. Dudley's, I could collect those. Rowdy Roddy Piper, Dudley's, Undertaker, Kane. I'm really into the WWE Superstars line, though. You know, the Walmart exclusive line. I absolutely love those. I love the cloth goods that come with them. And I love the fact that they're legends. So, yeah, I absolutely love those. Oh, I received the other day, actually, the Cody Dusty 2-pack. That actually came through. I might be able to show you. I've got 2 minutes. I might be able to show you. I don't do anything with these, and I really should. I should show them off. I should do a video or something, but this came through the other day, WWE Superstars. I really like the box. I like the fact that it's got that actually printed on the box. You have to order these online. You can't get these in the shops. You have to get it from Mattel Creations. And so I ordered it, and it comes in like this kind of packaging, this kind of box. And then that sits there. So these you can only get at Walmart. You can get them at Wrestling Shop in the UK, but this set is only available from Mattel Creations. You won't get this in the shops. And yeah, they've started to do like, look at that. You get the cloth shirts. So that one says finish the story. That one is the iconic Dusty Rhodes one. Comes with his weight belt. That one comes with the NWA title, but it sucks because it's just like printed onto a thick black belt. So, I mean, it's not the best belt, but, you know, I'll take it. I mean, it is what it is. Face looks okay. He looks a little bit like Pat Patterson to me, though, but face is okay on Dusty. But I love the shirt. The boots look awesome. Ring gear looks great. Father and son sets. Lovely packaging, retro packaging. And this was the kind of packaging they had in the 1980s for the LJN figures, the big rubber ones. So packaging looks really cool. That's what the back says. He's just a common man. Finish the story. Claim your kingdom. But I really like these figures. I think the faces look really good on them. I think the bodies look really good with the shirts and everything. They look quite jacked. Maybe a bit OTT, but yeah. I mean, what's great about these figures is you can get so many legends like Undertaker, Natural Disasters. But what's great is it's not like the other line, the main line, because the main line's been going since 2010 and they've released like hundreds, thousands of figures, right? So trying to start a collection of the other ones is a flipping nightmare. I think so far they've released about 60 of these. I mean, it feels like if you was to start now, it feels achievable that you could actually collect them all. Like, it feels like it's only been going since, I think, 2022, this line. It's a Walmart exclusive. This is the very first Mattel Creations set as well. So they will do more. They've already said they're working on the next ones, but they only came out the other day, so they're still available. Well, not sponsored by them or anything like that. I just genuinely love them. And I've got, like, they've just released, like, Jake the Snake. They've done Eddie Guerrero. You can get Rey Mysterio. They do flipping Muhammad Ali's in that line. Mr. T was in that line. Zeus is coming out. Shawn Michaels. The Rock. They've yet to do Stone Colds. Loads of different Hogans. They've done all the Hogans, all the different Hogans. They've done NWO. I don't know. There's quite a few. There's Bray in there as well when he was dressed as Firefly Funhouse, Mad Hatter. That was in that line randomly. So I really love that line. It's predominantly legends, but I think the figures look really good. So yeah, that came the other day. I was quite pleased with it. Those are the only figures I collect these days, to be honest. I don't really collect any of the others, but I could get into those Funkos. There's Ricky Saints. We are up and running. And there is the Cullen. Izzy Dame. North American Championship being defended tonight. Okay, we are inside the Performance Center. Let's see what NXT has got for us. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Crowd making some noise. It's a hot crowd. It's an excited crowd. NXT, NXT, NXT. Lights go out. And are we starting with Stephanie? Looks like we are. Looks like we are. Is it Stephanie? Yeah, so Stephanie making her way down. Stephanie 2 belts. Let's see what's next for Stephanie. I'm here for Dark State and Chaos, said Nathan. Suzanne, Stephanie it is. Not a bad way to start the show. I'm definitely here for this. Definitely looking for some matches to be added, but we know that when it comes to Stand and Deliver, they're only going to have 5 or 6 matches. It's not like we're building WrestleMania. There's only 5 or 6 matches that we're trying to add. There she was on Saturday night in Mexico City. She was at UFC Mexico. So, yeah, that was kind of big for her to be there. Right, we've got Ava in the ring. Okay. Let's go. La Primera. Stephanie has shown everyone why she is La Primera. This is good. However, it's not fair to do this alone. Whoa! Stephanie is gonna relinquish. Oh, the crowd don't like it. The crowd don't like it. No chance. No, 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 no. No, the crowd don't like it. I understand this isn't popular, so there's going to be a ladder match. Look, she's emotional. Stephanie's actually emotional. This is hard for her to do. NXT has given me opportunities. I want to do the same. Well, that's fair play. I want to push the women's division, not stop it. That's fair play. That's a good point. Man, she is so over. This crowd really do love her. Look at the crowd going off. So it's obviously the North American title. One condition, though. She's... Okay. Okay. So Ava is saying, okay, you can choose your opponent for the NXT title if you give up the North American title. Jordan Grace has come out. She wants to be at the front of that queue. Is this where we're going? Is this going to be Stand and Deliver? It certainly feels that way. Oh, but I think there's going to be others that have got something to say about that. Jada Parker's here. Jada Parker. Can you hear that, she says? Jada is here. as La Primera is going to be forfeiting her championship. If you just stayed on the ground where I left your ass. I'd have beaten Stephanie. Sorry. This crowd are really hot, you know. I promise you, when we run this back. You called your shot and you fumbled. You may not understand how championships work, seeing as you've never held one, Jordan says to Jada. Right, so we've got Jordan and Jada going at it. Up over the top to the outsides. And now we've got security coming down. And there's a brawl that's going on. Jordan, whoa, mate, that guy flew. Damn. Did you see how much she hurled him? Blooming hell. That guy flipping flew. They've got to be thrilled with how that came across, because he went flipping. I think he's still in the air. Jordan Grace just hurling that security guard all the way back to the flipping locker room. Okay, we got Trick Williams. How are we feeling about that? Okay, we're backstage with Oba. Oba's got his championship. He's in the parking lot. Be careful. Be careful, big man. Trick's going to find out the hard way why you don't call out the ruler. Okay, so there's going to be qualifying matches to figure out who's going to go into that women's ladder match. So we found out there'll be a women's ladder match at Stand and Deliver, and that is great news, because that's going to be really fun. That's going to be really fun. I get why they're having Stephanie relinquish the title, says Brony. At least she's still the NXT Women's Champion, which is more important. That is true. Let's just see how people feel about it. Are you all right with the decision? Are you okay with her relinquishing it, or do you think she should have carried on? I'm going to guess that most people are fine with it. But there could be a bit of frustration out there. Certainly the live crowd were not thrilled when it was first announced. AEW never makes double champions give up title belts. WWE is weak, says Real. I don't know where that comparison has come from, but I think it's an interesting one to talk about. Like, should she have carried on? It's her right to relinquish. It's her right to say, I don't want to hold up the division. Undercover Manager said, I think we are getting a GM storyline soon with Adam Pearce's new gimmick being That's Official. I see someone challenging that after Mania once it's had time to get over a bit more. LFG is good, says Undercover Manager. Brony said it does make sense for her to relinquish because the NXT women's division is on fire. Having Stephanie hold both titles would damage that because it clogs things up. Lisa, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Finley, hello. Don't forget, I'm defending my title tomorrow. When I win, Daze will acknowledge me. So get your memberships now. Trust me, you don't want to miss what is going to be box office, says Finley. Carla said, unpopular opinion, and I mean no disrespect, but Jordan is a Triple H project as he feels guilty about what he did to China. I think Jordan was better off in TNA. I feel she will not hit the highs. Why do you think those two things are connected? Why do you think that him feeling any kind of guilt over China would now mean that he is doing something with Jordan? Why do you think those two things are connected? Mackenzie said, good choice. It stops her from getting injured. Oppola said, I hate it when people relinquish titles when they're not injured. Either lose it or get injured in a storyline. This annoys me. I think that's a fair criticism, honestly. I think it's a fair criticism. There is a little bit of an air of this belt's not worth my time, you know? I mean, granted, at Stand and Deliver, both of those belts should be defended. So now that she's done it once on one show and she knows how hard it is, you can make the argument of, well, she doesn't want to keep doing that because she will get injured. So I sort of get it. I get the argument of, well, she knows that if she keeps doing that, she's going to pick up an injury eventually. But then equally, I see the other side, which is it's not a great look to kind of be a champion, something everyone's working so hard to become, and to just kind of relinquish it, throw it away. Certainly when, like, you know, you've got a better title or the bigger title, so that's not really worth my time. I can get both sides, I really can. I can see both sides on it. Right, we're seeing the locker room, the women's locker room, reacting to the news about the qualifying for the ladder match. And what would you do with that title? Shake your ass with it. So we got arguing back in the women's locker room, but there is the NXT Women's North American Championship. Big news in the opening 15 minutes or so that that belt has been forfeited. Just having a look at the poll at the moment. Are you all right with it being forfeited? We are 73% yes, we're okay with it, and 27% don't like it. And honestly, I do see both sides on this. Okay, Zarya is making her way down. Zarya is coming down, so this is going to be quite... Surely she wins. Surely she wins. Surely she's going to be in that. And there's Sol Ruka with her as well. So, Zarya and Sol Ruka. Accompanied by Sol Ruka. Zarya. Zarya making her way down to the ring. Daze, I don't understand why she would win it to relinquish it. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it would have been better for her to have lost it or put someone else over. I understand. I understand both. If she was to keep trying... I mean, look, in her mind, she's not going to lose it, is she? In her mind, she's a fighting champion that's the best and she's going to keep winning. But also in her mind, that means that on a lot of occasions, she's going to have to wrestle twice. She's going to have to wrestle twice at Stand and Deliver. She's going to have to wrestle on shows where the one belt's defended, then maybe the next week the next belt's defended. And she's having to do the work of two champions, which is true because she's got two belts. So she's going to have to do the work of two champions. So I get it. In her mind, she's like, well, I could keep doing this, but is that going to be good for me in the long run? Or am I just going to pick up an injury that's going to have me, like, you know, am I going to tear an ACL? Is my body going to get wore down? Is it better that I focus on the one belt rather than trying to juggle the two? Right, we've got Lash Legend coming down. So it's going to be Zarya against Lash Legend. This is a pretty good match. This is a pretty fun contest, isn't it? Zarya against Lash Legend. Vic said, wild take. I don't like her with Soul. She's good by herself, and the presentation doesn't really go well together. Lee said they're burying Lash. Thomas said they should have had her drop the belt last week. Right, here we go. They're circling round. What they could have done is Stephanie could have said, look, I don't want to stand in the way of the women's division, so I want to give the women's division as much opportunity as possible. So I'm going to defend this in a ladder match. I'm going to defend this in a match where, you know, I don't have the champion's advantage. And we can get as many women involved as possible. And then maybe Stephanie loses it in a match where she didn't really lose it. Like, she could be still in that ladder match, couldn't she? I don't know. I get it. She wants to just focus on the NXT championship. I get it. Okay, we've got Zarya. We got Lash Legend. Lash Legend is... wow, look at the strength. Zarya with a tester strength. Lash Legend going down. Now Zarya going down. She's trying to come back. And right now we've got Zarya over. Count it, ref. 1. Just a 1. I'm sure he can count to 1. Just a 1 count in there. Over against the ropes goes Zarya round the back, spinning rounds. Underneath. She's trying to keep her in. There's a lot of bending over backwards and then standing back up again. Big chop coming in there by Zarya. Zarya chopping away at Lash. Lash throws in a chop to Zarya. I don't want to see them just allowing each other to chop away at each other if we're going to start doing that. Thankfully, we haven't. She goes up. She's got a guillotine applied here, Zarya. Zarya, front face lock in, guillotine in. Right now, she is in control, but Lash picking her up. She's got her up, looking to put her on the edge of the ring. Nice duck underneath there by Zarya. Going to the midsection, looking to go over the top. Flipping her over. 1, 2. Zarya with the pin. Oh my God, that felt real close. Picks up Lash. No joy. No joy. Lash grabs Zarya. She's got Zarya up. Boom. Plants her down. Lash with an elbow drop. I don't think she got any of that. That elbow drop felt like it was lovely kip up there by Lash, though. A little bit of a botch by Zarya. Zarya trying to do a kip up. She couldn't quite match Lash. Right now, she grabs her. The chemistry just feels a little off here. Zarya just missed with that kip up. Lash Legend completely missed with like an elbow, but Zarya didn't really move out the way. 1, 2... 2 count. Big boot there by Lash. Zarya goes over by the rope. Zarya goes to the outsides. So Zarya to the outside. Sol Ruka comes round. Lash Legend jumps down. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break here. Yeah, we are at commercial. A little bit choppy, said Dr. Luchalala. I remember a friend of mine in school told me to hold my breath for 10 seconds and then take a drink of water. It worked. I'm okay. I just held my breath a little. Well, is that hiccups, is it? Holding your breath is good for hiccups. I've not heard hold your breath and drink water if it is hiccups. Hold your breath. Frankie said no AEW Chop Fest, please. Yeah, I'm critical whenever they do it. I'll be the exact same if it comes into WWE. Into the corner goes Zarya. I think the way she landed face first as well, you know. So Zarya just went into the corner, and when she came out, she went like straight down. I think she smacked her face off the mat. She sort of just checking, see if there's any blood. Referee was in, like, are you all right? Big shots raining down. I don't think, are we at commercial break? I don't think anyone's told Lash Legend we're at commercial break. Good. I'm tired of the matches slowing down when we go to commercial break. Lash Legend just throwing in these big, heavy blows. Good. Let's go. Right now, we've got Zarya. I don't know what that was. Zarya just went down. I don't know what she went down from. There was a shoulder barge there. Zarya down, another one. And again. Lash Legend going for the cover. 1, 2. Zarya gets a shoulder up. Shoulder up. Zarya rolls over. Lash Legend with a knee in the back. And again, really pulling back. That's nice. That's nice. Pulling back on the chin. She's got the knee in the back. She's a long way from the ropes. She's a long way from the ropes. Right now, we've got shot to the midsection. And again, Zarya getting up to her feet. Clothesline there by Lash Legend. Zarya goes down. Winner of this, of course, qualifying for that ladder match. So there is some at stake in this. Jakara on the outsides. Undercover manager said, have you watched LFG? No, only the highlights that they've shown. And again, Zarya face first. Daze or Steph had 2 matches at Stand and Deliver. Battle Royal for the North American title and then got eliminated early. Loses the title that way. Yeah, I see the vision, James. I see that vision. She could have defended it there, and then she's still protected there. I mean, technically she loses it, but she doesn't look weak as a result, you know? Elbow. Going for the cover, no joy. Zarya trying to find a way back into this. David shout out
Paul.
to you.
Was thinking about who inducts Kamala into the HOF. Brooklyn Brawler, Harvey Whippleman, or someone else.
Yeah, I mean, one of those would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Kimchi, the handler, or... I'll tell you someone else that could do it, and that's Jerry Lawler. Something in my head is telling me that Jerry Lawler was responsible for coming up with the gimmick, and that the gimmick actually came out from the territories. It wasn't a WWE creation. Kamala was Kamala outside of WWE. They just brought him in as Kamala. But I've got a feeling Jerry Lawler has played a big part in the creation of that character. So Jerry Lawler could also be someone. But yeah, Harvey Wimpleman as the manager. Kimchi, Brooklyn Brawler, Steve Lombardi. Yeah, any of those I think would be fine. It'll probably be well, I don't know. I mean, his family will speak, obviously. But, yeah. I don't know how long. I mean, he's not been announced for the Hall of Fame yet. It's just there's word that he could be going in at some point. But he's not been announced. He's not part of this class. So, we'll have to see when he gets announced. It might not be this year. Lands on the feet. We are back from commercial break. Duck underneath, over against the ropes. They double clothesline and both go down. Uncle Donk. Uncle Donk, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Let's see what Uncle Donk's got to say.
Uncle Donk. I'll rather see Stephanie versus Jordan than Charlotte versus Tiffy at WM.
Yeah. I mean, Stephanie Jordan will be a great match. I think Tiffany Charlotte's all right as long as Tiffany wins. But if Charlotte wins, oh my God, social media will flipping meltdown. There will be a flipping meltdown if Charlotte wins. If Tiffany wins, I think people will be all right with it. I'd imagine it'll be a good match. Charlotte can get good matches out of people. She had great matches with Rhea, for example. But, yeah, Stephanie Jordan would bang. I feel like it'll go that way. I think it'll end up being her. It's just they're probably going to have to do a match with Jada first. Lovely suplex there by Zarya. Zarya with a suplex. Charging over. Lash Legend in the corner. These two have really been going at each other. Going over the other side. Lash charging over. Big boot there by Zarya. Lash goes down. Zarya is perched. Right now, jumping off the top. Gets caught in the air. Lash has got her. Oh, tries to plant her down. Picks her up. Looking for a power bomb, maybe. She's got her up in the air. Oh, nice takeover by Zarya. Zarya. Big boot. Pump kick looked okay. German. Good considering how big Lash is. She's trying to get... she's having to dig deep here, Zarya. Zarya running in. Lash. Wow. Wow. Leapfrogging. Chokeslam. Boom. Chokeslam by Lash. 1, 2. Kick out by Zarya. I tell you what, they're giving these women time. They're trying to get them cooking, and there are moments that are cooking. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. This is awesome. It is not bad. Love that. Right now, she's got Zarya, and then she didn't work. Powers up. She's got her on the shoulders. No joy. Gets the ropes. Goes for the pump kick. No joy. Spear by Zarya. Lash Legend down. Right now, Zarya is trying to grab Lash Legend, getting her up on her shoulders. I don't know Zarya's finisher. I don't know what the finisher's called, but Zarya's got it. Zarya gets the win. And she is going to be in that match. In that ladder match. And she looks absolutely exhausted. I mean, what I'll say is it felt like a battle. It felt like they both had to work for it. Cameron Wrestling, shout out to you, my friends. Let's get a poll up for this match. See what people thought and felt. What did you think and what did you feel? I really love the fact they gave those women time. I love the fact that they gave them an opportunity to really show what they could do and really explore like a full contest. So there we go. Zarya has progressed. Inamura's big dream is to compete at Stand and Deliver. Okay, here's Wesley, Tyson, Tyreek. They're just making fun of Inamura. They're making fun of his dream. I literally broke my back carrying this brand, says Wes. You had honor. Okay, so Inamura and Wesley is on the cards. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, D'Angelo family have got some intel on Dark State. So we're going to find out a bit more about Dark State next. Okay, Cameron Wrestling, shout out to you, my friend. See what Cameron Wrestling's got to say.
Wrestling 20. I'm thinking Zarya, Sol Ruka, Cora, Lola Vice, Julia, and Izzy Dame are my picks in the ladder match. Do you have any guesses on who'll be in the match?
Julia is a good shout. Izzy Dame is an excellent shout. Lola Vice is a good shout. Sol Ruka's a good shout. Cora's a good shout. I mean, they're all good shouts. I mean, I don't know. It's difficult because if Jada Parker is not going to make it to the title picture, then does she find a way in that? Kelani Jordan, you can never rule out either. So those would be another couple of names I would have in the mix. I like the Izzy Dame shout. I think we should be investing in her. She's in that group. She may feud with the Riz, though, because if we're building to family against... Well, actually, no. They're building to a thing with Dark State, aren't they? So who are the Culling going to be going up against? If the Culling have got opponents, then Izzy might be distracted with that. If not, then she could find a way into that match. I think there's some really good shouts there. There's just a couple of names that, you'd just go, well, what about Kelani or something like that, But to be honest with you, some people are going to have to miss out. I mean, that is the downside with this being such a stacked women's division, is that you just can't accommodate everyone. So unfortunately, some people are going to miss out. But no, I think some of those names make a lot of sense, but... right, let's get a few thoughts. Opala, so what Opala's saying?
Opilas Travels. Daze, Chelsea Green, CM Punk, Nikki Cross, Mission Plus, more of WWE talent are spreading love for the transgender community, and I love that. Spread love and support for the transgender community.
Opala, shout out to you, but is today a certain day or something? Is there a reason for it? Kader
Finley. Daze Keith Lee relinquished the North American Championship, and they crowned a new champion in a ladder match won by Damian Priest.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Was that the right thing to do? I mean, finding examples of it happening before, you will find, but I think it's fair to ask, is it the right thing to do? Or should it be that they should only relinquish if they're injured, Because there's ways, as we said, that you could have Stephanie in a battle royal or put Stephanie in a ladder match. You could have her not win that match. She doesn't really lose anything. She's not the winner, but is she really the loser? I mean, she doesn't keep the title, but I don't know. I think there was a way forward of doing it that way. I wouldn't have hated that. So for those that are a bit not keen on seeing a champion that's not injured relinquish a title, I can sort of understand that. It does have an air of this isn't worth it. There is just a little air of that. I get it. I understand. I know what people are going to say. She can't have 2 matches on a regular basis. That's not fair. Like, I get it. I hear you. I understand. But equally, I would think those people would understand that not being injured and basically giving up a championship when you're not injured is not the best optic. It's not the best optic. It's not ideal. Let's word it that way. So I really do get both sides on this argument. I really do see where both sides are coming from. But we just ended our poll, and I think it was like 73% were, yep, no problems, and 27% were like, no, I'm not keen on it. So that gives you an idea of where the community is. That gives you an idea of it's like 3/4 are fine with it, 1/4's like, don't really like it. So that seems to be the general consensus. Alex
Marcy. Daze is Wendy Chu showing out on Evolve or something. I'm seeing some crazy highlights.
She is. She's doing good. Okay, here's Kelani, but Kalani's being interrupted by Roxanne. Okay, Roxanne's here. We get it, Roxanne. You're great. You've had your shine. You finally grew a backbone, Kelani. So is this going to be the plan for her? We thought she was going to be in a feud with... Oh. Oh, so it's Roxanne Kelani tonight? Well, which way does that go? That'll be good. That'll be good. Okay, here we go. The family have got some intel. Let's see what they've managed to find. Riz. Luca. Stacks. Can we trust Stacks? Dion Lennox. Hothead. Short temper. Bookworm Clark Kent my ass. Oh. Cyrus Griffin. Okay. This is good. I like how they're fleshing them out. Cutler James. Unlimited gas tank. All right, Riz, calm down. This guy's like a wannabe John Wick. Shit. The wild card. Turned down an offer from Harvard. People follow this guy. They listen to this guy. He's a charmer. That's interesting. He gets people to follow him, and then when he's done with them, he moves on, he dips out. Could he be doing that with the rest of Dark State? They've done a great job of painting that group as badasses, like defensive linemen. They keep getting bigger, Don. We all want to get to these guys. Trust me. Like I trusted you. Okay, what's up, Stacks? I trust you, D. Okay. That was very good. Very insightful. I feel like they've made that group feel even more credible. We're seeing this group worry about that group. Oh, imagine if we had that with the Wyatt Six. Look at Hank and Tank. Oh my God, are they getting advice from Pretty Deadly? Yes, boy! Look at them. Look at Hank and Tank. That is such a brave new look for them. Yeah, you need to look like stars. Yes, boy! Yes, boy! You're a team. You need to be a team. You got to feel it. Oh. It's not them, is it? It's not them. They walk off. No, boy. Well, there we go. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that D'Angelo family thing. What's next? Hank and Tank against Miles Bourne and Tavian Heights. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Let's have a look at breakdown of the scores. So that opening match was good 96%. Good 96%. Uncle Donk. Shout out to you, my friend. Let's see what Uncle Donk's got to say.
Uncle Donk. $5 Canadian. Why is Roxanne still on NXT? I was looking forward to Roxy versus Bayley built for WM.
Why is Roxy on NXT? I was looking forward to her against Bayley. Yeah. Well, we could still get to that. It's just that we're not quite there yet. So it could be that we do get there and we're just not there at the moment. So we know that Bayley and Lyra are going to have a match. So if Roxanne loses tonight, she could still pop up next Monday in that Lyra Bayley match. And then we get Bayley Roxanne. So we could still get there, but I don't know. As time's going by, it feels less likely, doesn't it? I mean, I think she's really caught between a rock and a hard place. I mean, she was at Elimination Chamber and she was, you know, it felt like she was on her way to being called up, but she just hasn't been. Perhaps the European tour just got in the way. Perhaps they didn't have any plans for her on the European tour. Although it would have been really good to have took her and actually used her on that European tour as a great way of getting her kind of in with some people, you know? But maybe they're just waiting for that to end and then they're going to, like, bring her in. I don't know. I haven't given up yet, but if she wins tonight, then we've got our answer. Because I can't see her doing Stand and Deliver and WrestleMania. She could do, but I don't think they would have her do that. Brony said, I love when the crowd pop when former NXT talent show up. Frat House Jersey said the way they're going about it, we're not going to know who the leader is until it's time. So it could be Stax, or it could be Javon, or it could be Trick, says Frat House. Daze, who do we think is the leader? I don't know that there is one. I don't know that there is one. There could be. But then there's nothing where they're getting their orders for someone, you know? It's not like let's go and have a word with him. There's none of that. There's no, he's told us to do this or something like that. There's nothing that's been teased. So I sort of feel like the leader conversation has come from the fact they haven't attacked Trick. They've beaten up Javon. Stax is obviously struggling with Tony, and there's clearly a breakdown there. So I sort of feel like the Stax story could be a completely separate story. Trick has not been attacked. If Trick gets attacked, honestly, if Trick gets attacked, the whole is there a leader story could just go away. I think it's only because of Trick not being attacked yet that people are thinking that they're kind of working with him. To be honest, I don't know that I would have him as the leader. I think what I might do is have it where he has recruited them and that they are doing work for him. Not that he's the leader, but he's a little bit like, you know, Punk and the Shield. Punk wasn't the Shield's leader, but he was the reason as to why they came in. They were working for him. You could go that way and have this group, you know, working for Trick rather than having him like Trick becomes a part of the group. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. I'm not getting too carried away with it because at the moment there's very little to tell us that there is like a leader. Mackenzie said Brian Pillman for Hall of Fame one day. Yeah, definitely. I think that's just a case of when, to be honest. Okay, we're just having a look at Stephanie's places. Funky like a monkey. Not seen this clip. Wow, Cody said he feels like he felt his dad's presence at 39. That's pretty sick, isn't it? That is pretty sick. So, I still haven't seen the last one. It's on Watch Wrestling. I need to go to Watch Wrestling to watch that. Brilliant. Okay, here's the culling. The culling. You brought us together. Look at us now. Okay, so we've just got them talking to Shawn Spears and putting him over. They're praising him for what he's done, bringing them all together. Those skills and traits that we've passed on to each other, I will use to vanquish Ricky Saints. Here we go then. No quarter catch crew. We are underway with next match. No quarter catch crew versus... God, they're really pushing Hank and Tank, aren't they? I've just realised that, again, it's another week where we're getting a Hank and Tank match. MP said, what do we think of the idea of inducting a wrestler who represented a different company like WCW and ECW? I don't mind. Doesn't bother me. I think that if that company is no longer around, then they're not a threat to WWE. I mean, you wouldn't induct someone from AEW, you know? So if that company is not around, or like that person's career is... I mean, I'm just thinking about TNA. I mean, we've got a good relationship with TNA. Would we start inducting TNA wrestlers that never competed for WWE? I suppose we could. I mean, TNA are, you know, they're no real threat to WWE, and actually we're working with them now, which would have been unthinkable going back 10 years, 20 years. But so, yeah, I think like territories, ECW, WCW, to not include talent that made contributions outside of WWE, I think it's a bit petty, to be honest. I wouldn't go crazy with it, but if someone had a real impact, like Sting, I know that he did finally have a little run with WWE, but even if he hadn't, come on. Sting, your Hall of Fame is not a real Hall of Fame if it ain't going to be honoring someone like Sting. And the legacy classes put in a load of people anyway that were around before WWE. So I think WWE obviously want to be seen, that Hall of Fame. They want it to be the Hall of Fame. Obviously, they want it to be recognized as, you know, a big honor. And long ago, it stopped being just WWE talent. So, yeah, I don't mind. Honestly, I don't have a problem with it. The only downside is that you're probably not going to dig too deep into other companies' rosters. Hank and Tank working well together. Tavian down 2. Kick out by Tavian. You're probably not going to go too deep into other people's rosters. But if you think about the contributions of people like Luthez, who did little to nothing in WWE. There may have been a match or two, but he's regarded as one of the greatest wrestlers ever. Like, your Hall of Fame's not really a wrestling Hall of Fame if it doesn't have him in it. Over the top to the outsides. So I think as soon as you put someone in like that, then you're opening it up, aren't you, to non-WWE? And then since then, we've added others like different Von Erichs and Fabulous Freebirds, even though they did have a little run in WWE. They're better known for what they did in Texas. Sting went in, he only had a few matches. Another uppercut there by Miles Bourne. Days, yeah, it was Transgender Visibility Day 2 days ago, and they were sharing their support. It was nice to see, says Opulus Travels. Here we got Tavian. When is Daze's places airing, said Wrestle with Andy? Oh, we're currently in negotiations. Clothesline there by Tavian. Right now, over the other side, against the ropes. Oh, big clothesline there by Tavian. Hank goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Cena is doing Break-A-Wish, said Taker 1990. Okay, this match just settling down a little bit. We got Miles Bourne on the one side. We got Tank over on the other sides. And we've got Tavian and Hank battling away in the middle of the ring. Trying to go over. Roll up there by Tavian. Kick out. Duck underneath. Rolling through. Tag being made. Tank coming in. Nice. Down goes Tavian. Big shot. Tavian down again. Another clothesline there by Tank. Explosive. Duck underneath against the ropes. Belly to belly. That's good. Yeah, that's really good. Tank to the outsides. Shot coming in there to Miles Bourne. Clothesline. Miles goes in the ring. He's going up, over, boom, splashes down. Tank. Look at this. He's everywhere. He's like a madman. Tank grabbing Tavian. Looking for a suplex. Hank on the outside. Plants him down. 1, 2. Miles Bourne makes the save. Okay, Hank's back in. Big shot there by Hank. They've got Miles Bourne. He's thrown to the outsides. Yes, boy. Yes, boy. Drop kick, but it fell a bit short. Hank goes to the outsides. And no quarter catch crew. Plant in Tank, and that might do it. It's no boy. It's no boy. So a win for no quarter catch crew. Match scores. Corey Graves said, I was impressed with small doses with Hank and Tank. So there we go. It is a win for No Quarter Catch Crew, and Hank and Tank just didn't quite go to plan for them. There's Trick. There's Trick Willie. Let's go. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. His beanie hat says, whoop that. I need that. I might go to NXT shop to purchase it. Rep your squad. Rep the future. NXT shop, a fanatic's experience. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Hank and Tank and no quarter catch crew. Daze, do we think The Rock should be carrying Cody's weight belt with blood signature? Was his plan to join John Heel? Do you think The Rock should be carrying Cody's weight belt with blood signature? Was his plan to turn John heel? Well, his plan was to turn John heel. I don't think that was his original plan. The word on the street was he did want Cody to turn heel. But Cody didn't want to, just like we saw on TV. And so he went and got John. Should he carry Cody's weight belts with blood signature? He could do. I think the thing with The Rock is we need to figure out what's happening. Like, why did The Rock join? Why did The Rock want Cody? He wanted Cody because he wanted a champion. My champion. There's, you know, someone that's going to, like, kind of work directly for him. Well, that seemingly is going to be John Cena now. So what work does The Rock have for John Cena? So he could carry the weight belt that is connected to Cody. Or is there something bigger, something more that The Rock has got on his agenda? There's been a lot of radio silence. I've not seen too many people talking about the 1, 2, 3 hand gesture for a long time. So again, is there a third person that's going to be in that group? What's that situation about? So yes, he could carry a weight belt that, you know, is connected with Cody because that's obviously the immediate story. But actually bigger than this WrestleMania match, what's the bigger picture? What is this just to set up the turn? And was it just to set up this match? Or is The Rock doing something bigger? Because he said he wanted a champion. Because I think he wanted the WWE champion to work for him. We don't know why. We don't know what the purpose of that is. But there could be something to explore there. There could be something to, like, dig into. Cena sold his soul to The Rock for nothing. The storyline post-Elimination Chamber has been a joke, says Brian. Keelan said Roxanne should be main roster. Hopefully after Mania, she is then full-time. Steven said The Rock wants a corporate champion, just like he was in 1999. What purpose would that serve for him, though? Like, what is it that he gets from that? He's already on the TKO board. He's already got a say behind the scenes. So I would like to just flesh it out a little bit more of, is it just a power trip? Does he just want the power of the WWE champion sort of acknowledging him? You know, is it that? Or, I don't know. I like that connection there. It's a good connection. Taker 1990 said it seems Stax is trying to convince Tony to leave Dark State alone because he's the leader. Gail Kim needs to come back to WWE. Have you heard if Cena is still granting Make-A-Wishes? I haven't heard anything, to be honest. I haven't heard of him doing any. I mean, I think he's done 600 so in his... Actually, I read the other day how many others had done, and there's a lot that have done 60 or 70. The Make-A-Wishes, they're not... There's not as many as you would think, really. I know that there is a lot, but, you know, like Miley Cyrus has done 65 of them. and stuff like that. It's not like loads of numbers. It's not crazy numbers. So John Cena on like 600 and something. But again, that's going to be spaced out across 20 years. So that's going to be 30-ish a year. So, yeah. I mean, we are already in April. So he probably could have done some. But no, they don't really publicize all of that. We only know those kind of rough numbers. And occasionally they'll put some out to show they're working with them. But not every meet and greet thing gets, like, publicized, you know. So I haven't seen anything this year, no. Here's Trick. What that trick? Yeah, I like it. That trick. What that trick? What that trick? Let's go. Trick Williams. Making his way down. He's on the edge of the ring and he's called out Obafemi. Obafemi more than happy to come out and confront. I'm sure we're going to be seeing Javon Evans as well. Tell you what, he's got some label fresh, box fresh shoes there. Trick Williams. What that trick? What that trick? Trick Williams. People aren't going as crazy as they usually do. I think there's a little bit of suspicion around Trick Williams. Okay, Trick in the ring. Let's see what Trick has got to say as we're about to start hour number 2. I called Oba out, told him to meet me right here. But Oba, don't get it twisted. You might be the champ, but I'm still the man. I fought for this. I sacrificed for this. I lost a brother for this. Ah, yes. I know this is the CW network, but don't get it twisted. Every Tuesday, this is the TW network. Oba, I am him. You can't stop him shining. You can't stop him shining. Here's Javon. This boy is bouncy. This boy is bouncy. I know what happened last week, but that's collateral damage. Okay, so Javon's got some size, hasn't he? I didn't really realise how big he is. When did you know it was your time? This time last year, you was me. I want that #1 spot. I ain't got to break out of someone else's shadow to get to that spot. I'm ready right now. You're in my shadow right now. What do you know about selling tickets and doing media? Winning the title is great, but carrying the title... You can't hold that title like I can hold that title. Where you going, Javon? You don't know who you is. You ain't Trick. You're Carmelo Hayes? You're not Trick Williams, you're Carmelo Hayes? Listen, last time I heard, Melo don't miss. Everything you're telling me now is what Melo told you a year ago. I've done something no one's done. And that's drop Obafemi. And that brings out Obafemi. Dark State are going to be here. He's wearing a Ricky Saint shirt, said Frankie. Do me a favor, say all that nonsense to my face. Bro. He loves calling people bro. Deadline. Only needed one more second to change history. I'll drop your ass again. You've talked enough, said Oba. It's my time to speak. Whether you like it or not, you live in the now. And the now belongs to Obafemi. For the last time, Javon, please excuse yourself. If you spent less time talking, maybe you'd still be champion. So, do we just do a match, do we? Who the... Okay, who the hell's that? Ava's music? Stand and deliver. And triple threat. Why don't we do Trick versus Javon? Winner faces Oba. Why? Oh, big shot there by Trick. Javon goes down. So the triple threat is made. I sort of felt like that segment felt like it was about to fall off the tracks at any moment. Oh, lights have gone out. Lights have gone out. Dark States. Dark States. Lights are on and there they are. Now, Trick Williams is down. So, Dark State are coming through the crowds. They're getting in the ring. They're jumping on Oba. They're jumping on Oba. Dark State attacking Oba. They're attacking Javon. Now, Trick Williams is on the outside of the ring. Everyone's... Oh, mate! Javon just got big airtime! Okay, now Trick is in the ring. Trick is in the ring. Now they're circling round. Everyone's going to be really interested. Oh, they're going after Trick! They're going after Trick! Dark State picking him up. Throw him. Boom! Powerbomb! Powerbomb! Their music hits again. They have just attacked Oba, Javon, and Trick Williams. Whoa. Hello, Kelani. Right, commercial break. Let's end the poll for the Hank and Tank match. 63, 23, 7, and 6. Let's get scores in. What people thought about that segment. All time. Great. Good. Bats. Okay. Let's get some thoughts. Hannah?
And up with it. Daze. 3 more predictions for this year. We see a new genesis of the final boss gimmick. Khan gets involved in a major scandal that puts AEW in trouble. Tommy Travels gets inducted by you in your HOF.
He could do. I like the fact, though, that it is community members that get put in. Tommy doesn't tend to join us too often, unless he lurks in the background. He could be a lurker. He does strike me as a lurker, actually. Ashma said, Ava was smiling at the entrance. That was a great segment, apart from Ava showing up looking dumb, said Brian. Wrestle Knight said, Ava was standing at the top of the ramp, smiling and nodding after the Dark State attack. Ava was laughing. Heel Ava, says Jared's. Well, that's interesting. Ava could be responsible. And it, you know, I mean, it does explain as to why she's been an absolutely useless flipping GM. For, like, getting rid of them. So, I could see that making sense. There was rumours a little while ago that they were really looking to do something more with her. Do you know what time you might be in a Discord? I don't even know if I am, buds, because I don't know what I'm doing on Saturday. And I definitely can't make the Discord thing like a regular thing. I don't know what Saturday looks like yet, but there is every chance we are doing some sort of stream, but I don't know what yet.
Taker 1990. How can Cena continue being The Rock's champion if he wins 17? He's retiring at the end of the year. Also, Cena would become a part-time champion if he wins. And we know part-time champs don't work.
Yeah. Maca Rice?
Maca Rice. Days might be a stupid question, but Shawn inducts, right?
It could be Shawn. It could be Stephanie. Those seem to be the 2 front runners.
Brian. I wouldn't make much out of Ava smiling. I think she's just gormless and doesn't have a clue.
Brian, shout out to you. Carla.
I tried to be a lurker, but I can't help but going in on the conversation.
Yeah, join in. Share your thoughts. Opala.
Opulas Travels. Way too much hate for Ava. She is awesome. I miss her wrestling, though.
Ninja
Exox. That got me pretty hyped for what they do for the next 2 NXTs leading up to Stand and Deliver.
Okay, so Mr. Chaser's cracked a rib, apparently. Okay, so these two Connors and is it? I can't remember his name. Kel Dixon, isn't it? Back it up, back it up, back it up. Is that Dark State again? Maybe. No, it's Jordan and Jada. They're brawling in the back, into the barricade, into the shutter. Goes Jordan. Jordan moves out the way as Jada collides. So they're brawling in the back. We're trying to separate them. Now we got Hank and Tank. Here's Fraxium. Sometimes I wish we had a friendship like these guys do, says Axiom. Is this swipe right? Swipe right! Oh my god! Let's go! Swipe right here! Yes, we view you as our Hardy Boys. You're on. When? Tonight. Tomorrow. There's a lot of talent here. He just called Roxanne a smoke show. She is a smoke show. Corey Graves is like, I've never been so irritated in my whole life. What about when you got demoted for not being famous enough? Here's Roxanne then. Here's the smoke show. Here's the smoke show. Swipe right, swipe right, swipe right. Is that tonight or tomorrow? I hope it's tomorrow. I don't need it tonight, but I'll take Fraxium on Evolve. Oh, next week. They just said next week. Okay, Roxanne Perez getting into the ring. We're going to go watch a Roxanne Perez match. Okay, Roxanne against Kelani. Let's go. And we do that as well, don't we? We do all of this. Kelani making her way down. There's Roxanne. This music sucks. She's got a lot of poses, isn't she? There's a lot of stuff she has to do as part of her entrance. Do the crown thing? She didn't do the crown thing? Does she not do the crown thing? Here we go then. We are underway. William. Let's see what William has got to say. I try to get to William at least once a week. It's time.
William Hensey. Member. Men don't have to wipe. That is what underwear are for. You just take them off and throw them away before you shower.
That's actually very tame from William. So, William, thank you. Mikey said, wow, swipe right on NXT already. Yeah, we've been watching them for years in Evolve. They feel like old friends at this point, don't they? Swipe right. Going for the cover. Back up. Taking the leg away. Roxanne down. Roxanne kipping up. Kelani kipping up. Beautiful. Beautiful. Both of these are smoke shows. Kelani will end up as a backstage reporter on SmackDown or something, says Brian. I wouldn't call Roxanne a smoke show. She's more kid sister cute than anything, said Jadam. Is that a thing? Kid sister cute? How do we feel about the titles not being defended every 30 days? It's like old school rules are being spit on. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like you're never going to get that to be exact. So I'm all right with a bit of leeway there, but I think where we've got some titles that haven't been defended for like 70 days, which I think was when Judgment Day had the tag titles, I think that's, ridiculous. So yeah, every 30 days the belts. It's not a rule set in concrete, but it's a good guide. I don't know, though. At the end of someone's run, if they had the belt for a year, 12 months, if at the end of those 12 months they actually made 12 title defenses, which would be on average once every 30 days, maybe, they skip a month and then they do 2 title defenses a different month to get it to level out. Like, how do people feel about that? Is that a problem? 12 times a year at the end of the year, 12 title defenses. They miss a month, but they get another, they do 2 a different month, and it equals out about the same on average. I don't know. I don't have it personally. I mean, it's just personal preference, isn't it? I don't have it as it's been 29 days, they got 1 day left to go. I don't have it as that strict. As I said, like, if it was every 40 days, I can forgive it. I can live with it, but there does have to come a point, doesn't there, where you're like, come on. Rolling up. Lovely work there by Roxanne. Bridge into. Kick out by Kelani. We do have such elaborate pins. And when do you ever really see people getting a victory with such an elaborate pin? This kind of getting them down, bridging over, all that kind of stuff. I feel like there is a lot of faff in wrestling that can be cut out. A lot of stuff that happens where a lot of pin attempts that have no drama to them whatsoever. Trying to get round the back there of Kelani. Again, going round the back. Kelani. Round the back of Roxanne. Roxanne grabbing the head, working the arm. She gets round the back. Lovely work. Again, on the arm. Pulling down on the arm. Middle of the ring. Kelani getting back up to her feet. Over in the corner. Over the other side. She goes up. Over. Kelani stayed in the middle. Nice. Arm drag. Let's go, Roxy. Let's go, Roxy. Oh. We were at commercial break there. We were at commercial break. Daze, the Ludwig Darkside episode is tonight. It would be interesting to get thoughts in Unseen or Wep, as it's something surely you'll get your teeth into. Yeah, but I won't be watching it until the whole series is uploaded. I don't do one-off little episodes and all of that. I just binge my way through them. Shot coming in there by Roxanne. And again. Slap coming in. Yeah, same with like LFG. I just wait for them to go up and then just work my way through. Drop kick there by Kelani. If I was to do, like, watching Darkside every week, it would become another flipping job. Like, oh, I can't do this now because I have to watch Darkside. It's like, oh, my God. I'd rather just get them all uploaded, watch them in one long go, 1, 2, shoulder up. Made by Dawn. Roman Reigns was a champion for 3 years. How many title defenses did he make in that time? I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, we know he's got that reduced. Roxanne, schedule. Oh, into the ring post. Yeah. Booker loves it. Oh, yeah. Okay, Kelani down in the corner. Roxanne standing on her arm. Kelani in. Roxanne crashing down, and she's got a sick smile on her face. So she was up, and she comes crashing down on the arm. There's not really anywhere for Kelani to move her arm. That was quite good there by Roxanne. Kick coming in. Let's go, Roxy. Let's go, Roxy. Let's go, Lani. 1, 2, kick out. So, kick out by Kelani. She goes crawling over to the corner. She's got the leg working on the arm. Again, she's working on the arm. Over in the corner. Made by Dom. We'd have to have a look on Cage Match for that. If you go to Cage Match and put in Roman, you'd be able to see all the matches that he had over that period of time, and you'd be able to find out how many of those were title matches. And okay, inside cradle there by Kelani, but Roxanne manages to get out. She grabs Kelani. She's getting round the back. Kelani round the back. Over in the corner. Rolling up Roxanne. Nice. 2. Kick out by Roxanne. Kelani goes into the corner. Roxanne getting back up to her feet. This match is low-key cooking. This match is fine. It's better than the Zarya Lash match. Pulling back on the arm. Stepping over. Kelani. Oh, knees there by Roxanne. Kelani moves out the way. Shot coming in there by Kelani. Big shot coming in there by Kelani again. Roxanne goes back against the ropes. Kelani has got her over the other sides. Big shot there by Roxanne. And again, another big knee. Roxanne very much in control. Looking for a suplex. Gets it. I like the height that she's able to get on her suplexes. Roxanne arguing with the referee there as Kelani was able to kick out. And I think we are just going to commercial break. So, commercial break at the moment.
Opilas Travels. Hey, Daze NXT is that good of a show. Can it even be spoiled? You can have the show told to you, and yet still love every minute of it. NXT is that good of a show. Great shows can't be ruined by spoilers.
I feel like there's a lot in there. NXT's a good show. I don't think this week's a crazy week, but this week's been better than last week. I think, we've had the Dark State attack. There was a good Tony segment. In-ring's been okay. I don't think the first match was that amazing. You lot said it was good 96. I think that was fair. Maybe a bit higher than I would have been. Second match you lot said was good 94. It'll be interesting to see what you've got with this. I don't think this comes out as great, but I don't know. We've still got a bit more to go, of course. I feel like has this been the best match we've seen so far? I think this is better than Lash and Zarya. But I feel like the in-ring could have been a bit better this week. But we've still got whatever the main event's going to be, which is probably going to be the Ricky Saints match, isn't it? In fact, we've only got half an hour left to go. So, yeah, I think this has been a perfectly acceptable NXT. We've seen stronger episodes. But I'd say this is better than last week. Forearm shot there by Kelani. James said, you're just like me, just binge watch wrestling. Yeah, I find it so much easier that way rather than trying to watch, Stephanie's Places on a Wednesday. Then I'm trying to watch Dark Side on a different day. And then I got to try and watch LFG on a different day. And it's, ugh. Do you know what I mean? I'd much rather just get them all done, binge them. Right, yes, I saw them, blah, blah, blah. Kip up there by Kelani. So we just had Roxanne down. Roxanne hit her elbow in the side of the ring when she fell, said Carla. Right now we've got Kelani rolling out the ring. Roxanne is up. Against the ropes goes Roxanne. Through the ropes. Lands on Kelani. Kelani goes down. Roxanne really injecting some energy into this. She points over at that championship. Did you see the dude behind the belt? He was like... I don't know why he was doing that. Roxanne went over to point at the belt, and the dude behind it was like... and he looks about 82. Kelani gets back in the ring. She goes against the ropes. Oh, you might have been a commercial break for it, actually. Forget that. It was irrelevant. You didn't need to know about it. Oh, Roxy planted by Kelani. Face first. 1, 2. Kick out by Roxanne. Kick out by Roxanne. She's got a head in her hands. WWE returns. Everyone wants Tongaloa, Goldberg, Ronda Rousey, Ryback, Hulk Hogan. What a match. What a dream. What a dream show that would be if we could get all them. Roxanne takes Kelani over. She's got Kelani. She's trying to get her down. Roll up there by Kelani once. No joy. Kick coming in. No joy. Steps over. Boo! Lovely kick there by Kelani. Love that. Roxanne down. Kelani going up. Split leg. Misses. Oh, my God. Against the ropes goes Roxanne. Ah! Comes down on the head. Down on the head. Oh! Shoulder up. She can't believe that was 3. She cannot believe. Look at that against the ropes. That's great. That's great. She should have got the win with that. She cartwheeled over and her legs came down. It's kind of like a leg drop to the head, back of the head. A bit like a curb. Kelani. Yeah. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Love it. I remember when Andre the Giant used to do that. Boom! DDT! Kelani going over. Up top. Split leg! Connects! Split leg connects! 1, 2. Oh! Kelani wins! It was that! It was that! She did a load of that. She managed to get Roxanne down. Split leg moonsault connected. And there we go. Kelani is the winner. Guys, Roxanne's been buried. Roxanne's been buried. It's over. Oh my God, it's over. There's Kelani. I want Santa to do the thing again. She's in the match. We got Stevie. My focus is Dark State. Dark State. Ober Javon Trick against Dark State next week. Let's go. I wouldn't have done that. I would have had them have their first match at Stand and Deliver, but Ricky Saints. You're looking. You took a long time to taste glory. Is this match going to be next? We've only got 23 minutes. Up next, Shawn Spears against Ricky Saints. Yeah, Dark State next week. I mean, that'll be exciting for the show next week. I suppose we could get the family interfere and then set up Dark State against the family for Stand and Deliver. But, I don't know, it's a little bit like John Cena's heel turn. I feel like people are waiting to see that group in the ring. What are they going to be able to do? What's the entrance music like? What's their entrance like? All that kind of stuff. I'm guessing they'll come through the crowd. I think they've been playing a bit of music for them, so we might have already heard that. But there we go. Next week. Something to look forward to next week. Match will probably be a DQ, said Kader. I've got to think the family will get involved. Carmen Live said, I went to Portage, Indiana to see Project Revolution Wrestling. Well, I hope you had a good time. I've never heard of them, and I don't think it's real. But shout out to you, my friends. Okay, I'm going to toot my own horn. Well, Carla, can you please do that away from the stream? Because we do have kids around. Yeah.
Carla. I'm going to toot my own horn. I have a few photos of Ricky and CM Punk when EU was in Calgary a few moons ago. I screamed and was like a kid in a candy store.
Carla, shout out to you. I scream whenever I toot my own horn as well. Breaking news.
Mikey. Daze, wasn't there 3 members of Swipe Right? What happened to Jackson Drake? Is he injured?
I think he was just with them. I don't think he was with the group. I think it was just because they were doing a 6-person tag match that he was like added as additional. So I think Swipe Right is just those 2.
James Chadwick. Days, I'm now down to just 4 OVW shows and a PPV till I'm caught up.
Very good. Has it been good, James? Is there anyone that we need to be aware of in OVW? Brian said, why is Roxanne getting buried? It's over. It's over. She's basically done with wrestling now. No, she's not. I think that, to be honest with you, I think that she's basically caught between NXT and the main roster. And the main roster aren't quite ready for her because they've just done this European tour. And NXT is moving on because, you know, there's no point putting someone over that's not going to be staying with you long term. There's others that need to be kind of built up. So I think that she is just in this really awkward position now where she's sort of done with NXT, but the main roster aren't ready for her. So then she's having these kinds of matches, you know. I would expect her to find a way to the main roster very, very soon. Days, I was at a house show once. It was epic, but no extreme moments, like no table spots, says Carr. Yeah, you don't really get epic moments on house shows. You can get comedy moments. You can get, like, you know, fun moments involving the referees and things like that. So you can definitely see some stuff at house shows you would not see on TV. Normally it's referees getting a bit more involved in the action and stuff like that, and a bit more interaction with the superstars and the people in the crowds. But like big epic spots, not so much. Depends, I suppose. If there's a street fight, you might get a table spot. But if there's no street fight announced or anything like that, then probably not. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We got 19 minutes.
Ninja Xox. This was definitely a good match, but I would like Roxanne to end off her XT career with that ladder match.
Okay, we are backstage with Zarya and Solruka. I want you out there with me. I'm winning that ladder match, says Kelani. Okay, so Zarya didn't know that Sol was going to be qualifying for the match. This is what we're going to do. Is Dark State. Is Tony D going to be watching? Four men, one goal. So Dark State taking on Trick, Javon, and Oba in a six-man tag next week. Let's go. Let's go. Jordan Grace takes on Jada Parker next week as well. Let's go. Oba, Trick, and Evans tagging with each other. They won't get on the same page, said Kieran. Main event time. Okay, let's end the poll. I think you lot have got that match coming out as great. Great 59. Oh, I love this music, you know. This music's so good for him. Just feels so big. It feels like someone you need to pay attention about is here. This is the Revolution. Ricky Saints. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Ricky Saints has made his way down. He's in the ring. Absolute. Daisy, what happened to NXT Anonymous? Has that story been dropped? I don't think it was ever a story, to be honest with you. I don't think we were ever meant to really find out who it was. I think it was just NXT's way of showing us things that were happening that we weren't really meant to see. Like, there was no cameramen around at the time, so how would you show these conversations? You know, if there's someone that anonymously is going around recording stuff and sending it in, that's a way of us seeing things that we wouldn't otherwise see. So I'm not sure that there was ever meant to be a big reveal. I think it was more a production thing of like, here's how we're going to show you some stuff that, like some personal moments, people talking away from the show. Here's the Cullen. Carla said, remember his face, because Ricky Saints will eventually meet his mentor, Dun, dun, dun. Cody Rhodes. Good evening from America, said Tony Can name Karan. Just in time for the main events. Yes, main event time. Let's change this over. Hello, America, by the way. Love you guys. Even though you're hurting us with tariffs. Even though all the cars are so expensive now. Right, here we go. Ricky Saints against Shawn Spears. Champ. Mike Rome. Ricky Saints. Are we going to get a new champion? I haven't really thought about that. I have not really thought about that. Let's do a poll. New champion. Chris said, we suck, we're sorry. Listen, you do you. DQ. You think it'll be a DQ? Dr. Leach Lala said it's a bit early for a belt on Ricky. Okay, here we go. Okay, North American Championship match. I don't know what they were chanting. Oh, Ricky Saints goes through the ropes, brawling on the outsides. Oh, man, it's good. And I love the Cullen, like, running away. Like, ah! That injected a bit of energy. Chop coming in. Oh, my God. And again. Yes. There's a woman in the front row with a Ricky Saints sign. That was pretty sick how he was fighting right in front of her. Lovely drop kick. Oh, my God. Right in the corner goes Shawn Spears. Shots coming in by Ricky Saints. And again, down goes Shawn Spears. Isn't it funny to think this is a match which may have happened in AEW? This could have been would it have been on Dynamite? Might have been on Collision. Oh, kick coming in there by Shawn Spears. He's grabbing, Ricky Saints, reversing it. So Spears down. They're on the outsides. Saints jumping or going up on that barricade. Little bit of a strut. He's having a look at that person's sign. Oh, styling and profiling. Boom. Oh my God, those two women just melted. Look at this connection with the fans. Ricky Saints on the a star is born. A star is born. Look at that. Listen, you've got the fans. You've got the fans going over, doing a little. All he's done is walk on that barricades. But the crowd flipping love it. Do you know why? Because a lot of wrestlers come out, do their thing in the ring, go away again. He's just got really close to them, walked in front of them, done his little pose, like the crowd are like, he's right there. I can almost touch him. Do you know what I mean? It's just that little extra in it. It's just that little extra. That was great, though. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 10 minutes to go. That lady died and went to heaven with that kiss finger, said Philip. She did. She did. Oh, my God. That woman in the front with the Ricky Saints sign was like, ah! Proper screaming him on. Shawn Spears goes to the... He signed that sign, you know. He signed it. I'm trying to hear what she's saying. She's really into it, man. She's really into it. Oh, God, these are my people. They're really die-hard fans. I mean, so passionate about WWE's developmental. Ricky goes into the steps, but jumps over the top. Jumps up. Oh! Super kick! Jeez. Ricky is all bent out of shape there. Shawn Spears picks him up. Bang! Onto the steps! Do you know what? They're still going during commercial break. They're still going. So, Shawn Spears does it. Shawn Spears. Love that. Yeah, this is really fun. This is really good. Right now, Shawn Spears grabbing Ricky, throwing him in the ring. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out. Dramatic. We're at picture in picture. Very good. Shot to the back there by Shawn. Decibels on the Rocks was the venue in Portage where I saw Project Revolution wrestling. I've not heard of it. Carmen Live 2. Shot coming in. Oh, also, Carmen Live 2. Where's Carmen Live? Will we ever get to hear from Carmen Live? Your brother. What happened to your brother, Carmen Live 2? Sonny said, I've sold about 46 copies of my book. That's almost 50. That's really good, bud. That's really good. Okay, Shawn with his arms raised. Trying to go over. He's got Ricky Saints, picks him up, slams him down. Shawn Spears going over. We got 7 minutes to go. We did say about will we get a new champion? You lot have responded. Yes, 54. It's very close. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Ricky going up. Another shot coming in there. So we're over in the corner. He's looking for a superplex. Ricky Saints is up. People on their feet in the crowds. Another shot coming in. And again there by Ricky Saints. Ricky going up. Looking for a superplex. Izzy Dame's running round, desperately trying to give advice to Shawn. Superplex! Oh! So he kind of did it, but as he did it, he rotated over. He could have gone straight into the pin. Why doesn't he do that and go straight into the pin? Bang! Stay on him, hook the leg. I'd go straight into the pin on that. That was brilliant how he rotated as well. Shot coming in there by Shawn. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Another big shot coming in there by Ricky. Shot coming back there by Shawn Spears. Chop coming in there by Shawn Spears. Another chop coming in there by Ricky. And again, driving Shawn back. Another big blow coming in. Over in the corner. Reverse. Ricky. Boom. In the corner. Bang! Exploding out. Clothesline. Duck underneath. Drop kick. Shawn Spears goes down. Ricky back in the corner. Boom! Ricky Saints. Going up. No. Title on the line. Spinebuster! Come on, Ricky! Come on, Ricky! Crowd are believing. Crowd are believing. Shawn Spears rolls out the ring. Shawn Spears is getting smashed. He is getting smashed on the outside. Duck underneath. Grabbing Shawn. DDT. Izzy Dame's like, no. No. Ricky Saints grabbing Shawn. Grabbing him back in the ring. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Okay, the belt being thrown in. Oh no! Oh no! Shawn with the belt. 1, 2, kick out. Yes! Yes! Kick out. Blood in the mouth of Shawn Spears. Ricky Saints getting nailed with that North American title. Oh, the drama. Oh, the drama. Both are down. Both are down. Shawn Spears on his knees. Ricky Saints down. Shawn Spears coming over. You made me do this. Ricky Saints is like, oh. He's picking him up. He's got him on his shoulders. Crowd are in fine voice. Trying to roll through. No joy. Picks him up. Ricky Saints. Bang. Connects. Ricky Saints. Brooks Jensen in. He's dealing with the Colin. Goes over clothesline. They both spill to the outsides. Oh my God. He's just running around. Spear. Ah! Everyone's getting marked. Ricky Saints back in, duck underneath, boom, connects. Come on, Ricky. Come on, Ricky. He's got him up, plants him down. Surely that's it. 1, 2, 3, new champion. New champion. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, the energy in that. The energy in that. Flipping poured off the screen. Slapped you in the face. And it is just a star is born. But to be honest, this star was born a long time ago. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, so good. Oh, even that bit where it was like he gets nailed with the belt and you're like, he's done. He wasn't done. He wasn't done. Him running around on the outside as well, taking out the Cullen, and oh God, it was so good. Ricky Saints is so good. Brilliant. Well, they couldn't have hoped for that to have gone better. That was perfect. The revolution has arrived. Look at the laser. Oh, from behind, Ethan. Oh, no. Well, there we go. The party has been spoiled. Oh, we were. What are they chanting? Tony fumbled. Are they chanting Tony fumbled? Are they chanting Tony fumbled? Tony fumbled. I think that's what they were saying. Wow, that was so good. I really flipping enjoyed that match, you know. That was so enjoyable seeing, like, especially, I tell you what, there's a moment in there, right, where he clotheslines Brooke Jensen over the top rope and he goes over with him. And in that moment, in my mind, I thought, oh, he just made a mistake. Because he clotheslines, and it's like he's trying to get Brooks Jensen out the ring. But he goes with him, and what follows next, I flipping love. Because he just gets up, And rather than like, oh, I've made a mistake, let me get in the ring, he just sort of runs round the corner. And so he runs past where we are, the camera, and you just see his face like this as he goes running. And he just goes straight into a spear on the outsides, into that other guy. I can't remember his name. I keep forgetting his name. But the other one in the Cullen, the one that's not Brooks Jensen. He just, boom, collides into him, right? And, I'm sure it was intentional. I'm sure that sequence probably went the way that it went. But it just felt like he had gone over the top rope and he maybe shouldn't have meant to. And rather than looking awkward, not awkward, but like just getting back in the ring, like, well, I didn't mean that for to happen. Let me get back in. Him just getting up and running and his little face coming round the flipping corner, like with determination in his face, and then bang, straight into a spear on the outside. And then they cut to Shawn Spears in the ring, who's also like, oh! And then Ricky gets in the ring, ducks underneath, against the ropes, another spear. Oh, God. The whole thing had such a wonderful energy to it. The whole thing just really, adrenaline. I think that's a great word, big time. Loads of adrenaline, loads of momentum. It was really, really good. That is one of the most exciting sort of sequences that I've seen from NXT in, well, probably since the Madison Square Garden shows. Really good. New champion as well. People were kind of 55-45 if we were going to get a new champion tonight. To be honest, I probably would have been in the 45. I probably was under the impression, had I have shared my thoughts, that it wouldn't happen and that it would be Ethan Page getting involved and like preventing it. That means that the title can stay with the Cullen. That means that we can set up Ricky and Ethan. It means that Ricky loses, but he didn't really lose if it wasn't for that pesky Ethan Page. So really, options on the table. I think it was probably more unlikely than likely he was going to win. Really fun, though. Really good. Rank A- said Blue Will Sonic. Carmen Live said, I give NXT tonight 10 out of 10 because Ricky Saints won that North American Championship. Dr. Luchalala said, I was very pleasantly surprised. TJF said, we'll give that title to anyone. Alan said it's one of the best NXT main events in a while. Mr. B said we're in the Saints era now. Big Time said, I would have thought they would have saved a big title win for Stand and Deliver. Same, to be honest. That's why, I'm being brutally honest. I could sit here and say, no, guys, I knew that was going to happen. It was really obvious that was going to happen, but that is not how I felt. If I was to have predicted, would have said no, title change. I think you probably will have Ricky Saints against Ethan Page at Stand and Deliver. We've only just brought the Cullen together. Are you really going to take the belt off them now, considering that we're just building this group? So everything sort of suggested no title change to me, which is genuinely why that is a real shocking title change in my book. But it seems like you lot didn't really feel that way because obviously 55% of you thought title change. So good. Really, honestly. It's kind of annoying. I have no problem with Ricky Saints. He's just done nothing, said Wrestle Rants. Can we stop devaluing the titles? I think they see a big star there, to be honest, Wrestle Rants. I think they see someone that they want to be NXT champion this year. So I think the situation is probably put the belt on him here. I think he gets past Ethan at Stand and Deliver. I think he has a run with that belt for a while in 2025. I think that we give him a run at the end of the year with the NXT championship. And honestly, would anyone be shocked if the night after WrestleMania 42 on Raw, Ricky Saints gets called up? Like, I could see it. He doesn't need to learn how to wrestle. He knows how to wrestle. It's just, can we get his character sorted? He's not someone like the others because he's not someone that needs to learn how to wrestle. He's not an Obafemi or a Trick Williams or someone that's come through that Next in Line program. He's someone that we've been watching 5 years ago in NWA. He's someone that's just spent time with AEW. He's someone that knows how to wrestle. The only thing is, I mean, I was not a big fan of Ethan Page getting the NXT championship as quick as he did. Because I feel like there is a period of time where you need to introduce these people. Because there will be people that, viewers that won't have seen them before. I understand that very well. Because, there's lots of wrestlers I'd not seen before. And so I do agree with the criticisms. I agree that we should take our time to really introduce these people to those that have never seen them before. So I do get that. I do understand that. I do recognize that. But I find it a little more acceptable when it's a mid-card championship. When it's a North American championship, I can deal with that better. When Ethan won the title, he won the big one. He won the NXT championship. He won the belt that everyone is chasing, and he got it within a month of arriving. So that to me was I didn't like it. But this is the mid-card title. It sits a bit better with me that he's got to this one quite quickly. And I'm thinking we give him a good run now. I don't think he loses it anytime soon. But, I can understand there being a bit of backlash. I can understand this not being for everybody. I would have given the culling more chance to breathe. I don't want them to fizzle out in less than 2 months, says Big Time. Ninja said Ricky winning the title was a cherry on top for me. This was already a better show than last week. Big Time said it's going to be interesting how NXT navigates with the men's division because you've got Trick soon getting a call up. Ethan, if he loses to Ricky, he hasn't got much time. And if Javon wins, what would be left for Oba? Well, it's one of those where you just got to find the best way forward. I'm sure that they've not only got an idea of what they're doing at Stand and Deliver right now, because it's only 3 weeks away, but I'm sure they've got an idea of what post-WrestleMania looks like. Same with Triple H as well. So, they'll be working with them as to who's going, who's staying, who do they need to push, where do they need the pieces to be. They've got a much fuller picture than what we've got, which, kind of makes it hard to have the conversation of, is what they're doing right? How do you book this out? Because we don't quite know who's going where. I mean, I don't think Ricky Saints needs to be in NXT too long. I don't think Ethan Page needs to be in NXT too long. I think Trick Williams is there or thereabouts. But you can't just call these people up if the main roster isn't ready for them. And also, have you got the talent to replace these people in NXT? So, I mean, Ricky Saints obviously is going to be in NXT past WrestleMania. But I don't know. Does he get called up just after WrestleMania 42? I really think so, if not before. But I think he comes up after WrestleMania 42. I would think maybe the same for Ethan Page as well. Trick Williams, I don't think anyone's thinking he's going to be down in NXT all that long. I mean, Stand and Deliver might be his last match. Oba, I don't know what we do with Oba. I don't know if he just needs a little longer down there. Part of it is going to be, are they ready for someone like Oba? Because someone like Oba is a serious commitment, really. Someone like Oba, you might even want to pull Heyman, as a mouthpiece, or I don't know, that you just put Oba up there and just let him mess around, I think you need some serious creative for Oba. Oba's a little bit like a Bron Breakker, a little bit like a Gunther. You don't just use him sparingly, he's someone you really invest in. So yeah, it makes it hard to kind of have those conversations because I just don't know who is going where and when they're going and what the roster's even going to look like post WrestleMania. One of them doing triple threat with Trick, Javon, Oba. I've got to imagine that HBK wants to milk the Oba Trick one-on-one for a later date, says Big Time. Brock. Well, Oba. Oba is that next big monster wrecking machine. He has got that vibe to him, hasn't he? So, I think that he could be the kind of cut from that kind of cloth. I mean, I could see Paul Heyman with Obafemi. I don't think that's a crazy shout at all. I actually really don't mind that partnership. I think that Paul Heyman could have ended up with like a Gable Steveson. I like the idea of Heyman constantly looking for that next big thing to attach himself to. And obviously for the longest time it was Brock. But, with Brock being kind of part-time, he attached himself to Roman. Roman appears more than Brock. So I know that Roman was kind of part-time, but Heyman was able to attach himself to the bigger bloodline. So he was able to be around when Roman's not around. And he was able to get TV time when Roman's not there. And that obviously worked well with being around with Sammy and Jimmy and Jay and Solo and all of that. But that group's no longer around anymore. So that means that we don't see Heyman unless Roman's around or, rarely. So you could make an argument that Heyman needs to attach himself to someone else. You could make an argument that the Bloodline story has kind of finished its arc. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it'll never really finish because we can always bring them back together again. But him being partnered up with like an Obafemi, I really don't think is a bad shout. Like, if he wants to do that full-time schedule, I mean, maybe Paul's getting to the point where he's like, listen, I want to be a part of this business, but I don't want to be here all the time, or I don't want to be on camera all the time. Then maybe the Roman thing works for him. But if he does want another project and someone to guide, which I would imagine would be very exciting. Imagine being Paul Heyman and having the respect that everyone has for Paul Heyman. And you can guide a superstar through the choppy waters of the main roster. And you can help them and elevate them and advise them and pass on all that knowledge that you've got, like you did to Brock, like you did to Roman, like you've done to the Usos and countless others. I would imagine starting with a fresh piece of paper again is quite fun. And so I don't know if he's up for that challenge, but yeah, I think that's a partnership that works quite well in my head. But it doesn't mean we'll go that way. Obviously, a lot of people thinking he might end up with Punk, or he could end up with Seth, or he might stay with Roman, or don't know. But it's got to be right, hasn't it, before he comes up? James said, I voted no change for the exact same reason you just gave. Me and you are on the same wavelength, and that is scary. I don't know if that's scary or not, James. I mean, we've been hanging around each other for a while now. I think we're basically the same person. You should hear me away from the streams. Effing postman! You're an effing disgrace that you've brought me no effing mail. Does no one effing like me? Why have you got no effing mail for me? Like that. That was me literally earlier to the postman. And don't even get me started on the bin men. Oh my God. Honestly, some of them are still in tears. Some of them are, honestly, I felt a bit sorry for them after. I felt a bit sorry for them. And you'd expect the bin men to have a little bit more about them, but they're actually very emotional. Ricky versus Shawn. Let's get the scores for this. Then I'm going to run away and start working on what I need to work on. Boom. James, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I give this show an 8, said Lisa. Mr. B said, what if Big E was to be Oba's manager? Oh, that could be fun. Big E as a manager is not something I've really given much consideration to, so I am not down on that at all, actually. I wonder, though, Big E has made a lot of good money. He's got an ambassador role for life. WWE will always look after Big E after the injury that he suffered. And I think he does a good job with his going around and trying local food on the kickoff show. He's on the kickoff panels. He's at meet and greets, and he's forever going to be a member of the New Day. I know he's not in the group now, but I mean, if that group goes in the Hall of Fame, you know Big E's going in with them. And yeah, I mean, he can do Comic Cons. He had a good run, actually, all things considered. And thankfully, he managed to get a WWE Championship before that injury. So he's a former WWE champion as well. So, I don't know. I wonder if he's kind of satisfied with... I know he would like to get back in the ring, but I wonder if, like, he's looking for being a manager, you know? It's difficult because if you could be a wrestler and you're Big E, well, you'd be a wrestler. But if you can't do that, do you still want the hassle of traveling and the hassle of being away from home so much? And then what's the positive? You don't get to wrestle. You don't get that feeling when you walk out of the crowd going crazy and you putting on a banger. So you get a lot of the bad stuff. Would him being a manager, would he feel passionate about that? Is that would he see that as good stuff? Would he see that as a way of him being on the show? Would that be good enough? He still can't wrestle, but I don't know. It's not the same, is it, as being a wrestler? You hear a lot of people like not wanting to end their wrestling careers. You don't hear too many of them desperately trying to end their wrestling careers so that they can be a manager. I've got to think it doesn't hit the same. It doesn't feel as good. So only he would know if he would want to do that. But it's a good shout, though, because I could really see them two together. So it's a really good shout, but I just don't know if he would. I don't know if he wants it. I went to Plaza Lanes to go bowling. Is there bowling in the UK? There is bowling in the UK, yes. We've had bowling. There's been bowling over here my whole life. I went bowling in the 90s. You can find them in all cities. Not so much in towns. Like, there is bowling in Telford's. I've been there. There is a bowl, but I don't really like bowling, you know. I'm not a fan of bowling. But yeah, there's loads, hundreds of thousands, maybe, of bowling places in the UK. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's a bit weird what we don't have that America has, or like what we have that they don't, or whatever, vice versa. I feel like we have most things that you lot have, and vice versa. But then you do have some weird little differences, you know. Like, we don't have baseball, and we don't have American football. You lot bring a game over for us to watch in regards to that, but we don't, I don't think we have teams. We might have teams, don't know. It's one of those where if we do have teams, there ain't no one that flipping supports them or goes. It's just going to be really low-level stuff. I mean, the Premier League, the English Premier League, the football, that just dominates over here, as you could imagine. Liverpool, Man United, I mean, that just dominates. And then you got a bit of rugby, you got a bit of cricket, you've got darts does well, actually. Darts does well. Darts, rugby, cricket, football, a little bit of athletics. That's it, really. There might be some I'm forgetting. But sports-wise, we have all of those. But yeah, things like arcades, bowling, laser tag. We have all those things. Crazy golf. We have all those. We've got candle pin bowling in the northeast, New England. Do you know about that? Nope. I don't think we have that. I've never heard of candle pin bowling. Hannah said, Daze, with the way the NXT North American title gets passed around, maybe you or Tommy have got a shot, maybe. Maybe. I wouldn't rule it out. Lisa said, what part of England do you live? Well, I was born in Stourbridge, which is about 20 minutes away from Birmingham, which is in the Midlands. So it's right in the middle of the country. But at the moment, I'm over more by Telford, which is still the Midlands, but it's closer to Wales. So Wales is obviously on the side. Actually, 20 minutes in a car and I would be at the Welsh border, and then I'd be in Wales. You can just go back and forth, though. I mean, there's no checks or anything. It's completely open. because it's all part of the United Kingdom. It's the same with Scotland. I could get in a car now and go to Scotland. No one's checking any papers or any passports or anything. Once you're in England, you can go to Wales, you can go to Scotland, you can go to Northern Ireland. No one's checking any paperwork. No one's checking any passports. No one's looking to see if you're allowed to enter or not. All of those you can get to. If I was to go to Ireland or a country that's not part of the UK, then yes, there would be like checks. But I could go to Wales right now in a car. No, it wouldn't be stopped. I could go to Cardiff or anything. So yeah, I'm a good couple of hours away from London, but I'm quite close to Wolverhampton, which is a city. I'm quite close to Birmingham, which is the second biggest city behind London. Not too far away about an hour away from Birmingham. About 40 minutes from Wolverhampton. 20 minutes from Telford. That's kind of where I am. So, I've grown up in the Midlands, in the middle of the country. Born and raised. Dave's talking of cricket. Charlotte Edwards has become head coach. That's good. We need some change. It'll be good to see what she can do. Hannah said, bowling's fun. It's better to play than a lot of sports. Akeem said, the ball is small and the pins are tall and skinny. The ball is like a cricket ball. And a little bigger, made of wood, you get 3 balls per frame. Oh, right. No, I've never heard of that. I don't think we have that. I've never heard of that. Taker 1990 said, we've got cow tipping here in the US. I've heard of that. NXT is a 9. Rikishi has been added to WrestleCon in Las Vegas. Oh, very good. Very good. William said, I love playing American football. I was a really good wrestler in high school, but I never went further than that level. Lisa said, nice, you're very lucky. I would love to be able to access so many countries. UK's really good for that. I mean, I would say that Devon down south, right? It's the little bit in the corner. Those guys often feel like they should be a separate country. I don't know if there's any history there that maybe, 200, 300 years ago they were or something. I don't think they were. But there is a little Devon independence movement that I keep hearing about, where they there's nothing behind it. It's not going to happen. But, there are a few there that would like their part of England to break away. Not happening. It's a bunch of boomers, and it's not happening. But it is a lovely part of the country that does feel quite different to other parts, actually. So, yeah, I mean, if you go to Scotland, you've obviously got all the culture of Scotland, which is very different to England and Wales. If you go to Wales, you've got the Welsh culture, which is a bit different as well. I mean, it's all very similar. It's a big melting pot. It's all very similar. It's not like going to Japan. Do you know what I mean? It's very, very similar. Their high streets and everything, everything feels very similar. But obviously you can go there and there's different traditions and different culture. Everyone knows about Scotland with haggis and whiskey and the locks and all of that. The kilts, tartan and all of that. I mean, we don't have that in England. So, I mean, it's very similar, but it's obviously culturally a little different. Same with Wales. And I'd say down in Devon, they've got, it's just really beautiful down there. It's very picturesque down there. And, they've got their own little ways as well. So it is kind of cool in that sense. But I would say, actually, it's very similar to America. I mean, New York is very different to Florida, is very different to Las Vegas, is very different to Texas. So, I mean, you guys have got that. You guys have got this big melting pot in your country. You've got 50-odd different states, all with their own little quirks, all with their own different ways of life, So you've got that. It's no different. It's just we've got, rather than different states, we've just got a few different countries, I suppose ours gets a bit more diverse when you include Europe. When we used to be in the EU before Brexit, you could, travel easily around you. You still can. I can still jump on a plane for like £40 and get to flipping Poland. I mean, it's no hardship. It was just a little bit easier paperwork wise, but still no hardship. Can go to Italy. I can go to Spain. If I include Europe, then, you know, we've got a much bigger melting pot then. I mean, it is great in that regards. A lot of people in the UK go on holiday to like Spain, and they still do. Benidorm is big. There was even a TV show called Benidorm, a comedy show, which was basically Brits on holiday. And people love that show. So, like, I think I heard that in New York, a lot of people go to vacation to Puerto Rico. And obviously you go on vacations to Florida and you go other places in the US. We're very fortunate here that we could go. I mean, I could jump on a plane to Italy, a couple of hours and I'm there. I've been to Poland. I could go to Belgium. I could go to Germany. I could go to Spain. I could go to Portugal. I could go to France. I could go to Switzerland. I could go Norway, Sweden, Netherlands. There's like all these places, Croatia, of course, if I want to go a bit more further afield. But people in this country, when they go on holiday, they go to like Greece, they go to Spain, they go to the south of France, they go to Cyprus, anywhere where there's sun. I mean, really, the UK is great, but the weather's always a bit just meh. Sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's grey, sometimes we have sun, a lot of times we have rain. So really, if anyone's having a holiday, they're going to want to jump on a plane and go somewhere where there's just sun. So that's Greece, Cyprus, Spain, Portugal, those kinds of places. So those are a lot of our holiday destinations. Days, there is bowling centres near me. Plaza Lanes in Highland, Indiana. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of bowling, to be honest. I'm not very good at it. Maybe if I was to go on a regular basis and get better, that I would enjoy it. But there wasn't one in Stourbridge. There wasn't one at the shopping centre that we used to go to. So I haven't massively grown up with bowling. There was one not too far away from me, but we never really used to go there. And if ever we did, it would be probably because it was my birthday and I was young, so we would go bowling. But, I'm talking like once every 3-4 years I would go or something like that. I mean, it was just not a big part of my life. So, yeah, I don't know. Whenever I've been, I've always sucked. And then I've kind of come away going, that's not really for me. Have you played any sports when you was little? Football all the time, yeah, down the park. I wish I'd played more cricket. I think I would have been really good at cricket because I really love it. And I think I could have been all right at it. Football, maybe if I'd have started when I was younger. I think it's one of those where a lot of adults look back on their youth and they're like, I wish I'd have pushed myself more. If you're young now, I would say really go for it. Go for something. I wish I'd really put the hours in to learn, not just play football, but get better at my skills and actually really, tried to have done something with that. I wish if I could start again, I'd, give wrestling a go. If I could go back to being young, I would try my hand at like doing that. Maybe I'd suck at it. It's really easy to sit here and watch others giving it a go. But maybe I would have given it a go and I would have sucked. But I'd love to have all the knowledge I've got now after having watched 30-odd years of wrestling. I'd love all this knowledge to now go back and give it a go. Because I think I'd be like Roxanne Perez. I'd be able to put it all together. As long as I could physically do it. I think I would have a good understanding of what needed to be done. But I suppose in a way it just shows you how special someone like she is. The fact that she does not have 30 years of watching wrestling because she's only, 22 or something. I mean, she may have a good 15 years of watching wrestling, but for her to get it and be able to put it together, same with Javon Evans. This is why these are such special talents. So, yeah, I wish I'd pushed myself more. But to be honest with you, I went to school used to finish school, come back home, grab a football, go down the park, and I'd be there for hours. And I'd do that day after day after day after day after day. And I loved it. I would not have changed my youth. I flipping loved it. I had so much fun. I was outdoors all the time, running around, playing football with my mates. And I flipping loved it. And honestly, it'll be one of those kind of memories on my deathbed where I probably will think back to, you know, of like finishing school, running down the park, playing football, being called in for dinner. You know, so part of me is like, oh no, I really love those days, so I don't want to lose those. But part of me also thinks, oh, you probably could have pushed yourself more and done something at that point. That was the point where you should have been in a gym, or do you know what I mean? Going to really learn cricket, or really learn football, or learn wrestling, or something like that. Don't know. Everyone's got their little look backs where they go, wish I'd have done that. Which is why if you're young, try and avoid those by doing things now whilst you're young. James said, my oldest brother went to Poland many years ago, visited Auschwitz. He said that was one of the most surreal things he had ever witnessed. He even saw the Holocaust chamber prisons. Ugh. Awful. I've not done that. I mean, it's one of those that I don't know that I would want to go there. Like, I've seen documentaries. I've got like the World at War box set, which is incredible. Really one of the best TV shows ever. And it really breaks World War II down in lots of detail. Lots of like interviews with people that were there at the time. It was a program from the 70s. It's so good though. And it's aged in the sense of it could be in higher definition, right? It's aged in that regard, but it's not aged with what they're talking about, because that will never age. So I don't know. I know the horrors. I know about it. I don't know that I need to see it. But if you do go, I would imagine it is so flipping powerful. But I've been to Poland. I didn't do that, but I've been to Poland, and I've like been out, and I've been in clubs there, and I've had the experience of what it's like living in Poland. And it's kind of like what you would expect, but it's not what you would expect at the same time. Like, in my mind, it's quite grey. It's over by Russia. It's, you know, going to be blocks of flats, and it's going to be people just working to survive and all that kind of stuff. Like, in my mind, I don't have this amazing mental picture of Poland. And it is that to some extent. But then you go to their town centre, and the parts of it are beautiful. I mean, they've got all this amazing old architecture and all this amazing old town and cobbled streets. And it's amazing. And like loads of drinking places, and the prices are quite cheap, and food was quite cheap. I mean, you could go out and spend, I don't know, £30, £40, and you'd be getting like loads of food, drinks all night. I mean, now a pint's like flipping a £5 or £6. You know, you can go out, have a few pints. You ain't going to get a few pints and a meal for £30. But over there, you was having a full night out. I mean, this was a while ago now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure prices have gone up, but yeah, no, Poland was amazing. It is kind of in places what you think it would be, but then, as I said, you go to certain places, so picturesque, so nice. It really changed my whole impression of Poland. I've got a lot of love for it, so I would love to go back. I went to a club there with a girl. I was seeing a Polish girl. I went to a club there, and it was amazing. You go in this doorway, and it didn't even feel like a doorway to a club. It was like you go up these stairs, and we opened the door, and it was just, there was the club, and it was huge, and there was bars, and there was all these people, and I was like, did everyone come up these stairs? Because like there was no sign or anything, and it was like a secret. It was like, I don't know, it was like on a need to know basis, and it was amazing. And there was loads of like songs I'd not heard before. The occasional one I had. And as I said, drinks were quite cheap. And yeah, she knew loads of people there. Of course, it was her hometown, and it was amazing night. So yeah, Poland got a lot of love for. I don't have loads of European stories. I haven't been to Europe loads, to be honest. Considering it's on the doorstep, I probably should have, but yeah. Daze, they belted Ricky as fast as Motor City, said AB. It's a bit different because Motor City are on the main roster, aren't they? So I mean, we're not talking about main roster belts here. We're talking about the developmental mid-card title compared to like main roster titles. I mean, I think Motor City got the belts too quick. I needed to get to know them. I didn't watch TNA, so I'm not familiar with them at all. So them going to the main roster and skipping NXT and getting to those main roster belts as quick as they did, I wasn't a fan of. Just like I wasn't a fan of Ethan getting the main developmental belt as quick as what he did. I think there is a line, though, and, you know, if Motor City had quickly got to the NXT titles, that would have sat fine with me. I could have coped with that. If Ethan Page had got to the North American title quite quick, I could have coped with that. Because they're developmental belts, and I feel like there's another level for them to go. Certainly for Ethan, you know, the next level is the NXT Championship. But if you very quickly get to the NXT Championship, what else is there for you to do apart from just keep it? Like, you've sort of achieved what you're meant to be working towards, you know? I mean, they took it off him relatively quickly, and now he can try and work his way back up. But yeah, at the time, I wasn't crazy about it. And the thing with Motor City is same argument. What's the next level for them to go to? Same thing. They got them to the titles and then they took them off them quite quickly. So I suppose you can make the argument, well, now they can work their way back to them. But again, exactly the same as Ethan. I wasn't crazy about it at the time because, well, what else is there for them to do? With Ricky, it's different because there is another title for him to get to, the NXT Championship. So there is another level for him. So for me, that's why my feelings on Ricky winning tonight are different to how I felt about Motor City or different to how I felt about Ethan Page, because there is another level for Ricky to go to. I wouldn't have been keen on Ricky winning the NXT Championship tonight. I wouldn't have liked that. I wouldn't have been a fan of seeing him, because where else is there for him to go? What else is there for him to do? I mean, the only thing I could think is that they would have done what they did with Ethan, and that's get the belt off him very quickly so that he can then go chasing after it again. But I don't know. It's a bit of faffing around, isn't it? It's just not really for me. But a mid-card belt, I don't have too many complaints about. But I can understand those that don't like it. I can recognize that there's those that are not keen on getting him to a belt this quickly. But for me, he can have a good run with this. And then, you know, we've got a bigger title for him to get his teeth into further down the road. So that's why it's not a problem for me. Illuminati Rain said, I enjoy a lot of World War II documentaries as well. I concur. It takes... to take chances in life wherever and whenever you can. Regret is a unique type of hell. Love the streams and thank you for the outlet. Illuminati Rain, shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate those words. And I'm still not very good at taking chances, to be honest. I mean, I get a lot of like people going, oh, can we collab? Do you want to come on this podcast and stuff like that? But the truth is that, like, in this position now, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in collabing and I don't know. I just like doing the streams. I like doing Unseen. I like doing review videos. I like trying to figure out what other content should be added. You know, we've done a few videos recently when there's been a segment on the show, a section where we can like John Cena's in promos, where we'll do a little recording and get that onto the channel. And my focus is there. So perhaps actually, you know, perhaps it's lesson not learned. perhaps like there are opportunities that I should be taking now, and there's things I should be doing now. I get lots of sponsorship opportunities, which I don't do anything with, haven't for years and years and years. I mean, my emails is just loads of people going, we'd like to talk to you about a sponsorship opportunity. Good luck. Good luck with that conversation, because I ain't interested. When you get to like a certain point with YouTube, I don't know how it happens. I think companies probably find your email and you go onto some sort of mailing list, is my guess. And then from there, just emails just get spammed out with, opportunities. But I don't do anything with that because, I don't know, it doesn't massively sit right with me. I don't want to sit here talking to you about Clash of Clans, I don't want to sit here talking to you about Blue Chew. Something like Fanatics, where they've been kind enough to give us an affiliate link, which I know loads of people have. I'm quite happy to do that because I love WWE and I love WWE merch. And so for me, I'm not lying to you if I'm like, I really like that shirt or I really like this thing, or do you know what I mean? Like, that to me fits on the channel absolutely fine. But like Clash of Clans or Blue Chew or, I don't know. I don't even read them, so I don't even know what companies they represent, to be honest. So yeah, perhaps I haven't learned my lesson from when I was a kid. I wish I'd took opportunities then, and maybe I should be taking them now, but I don't know. I'm happy, and that's all that matters, isn't it? Days, what I enjoy watching is air crash investigation on do you know what? It's an interesting show because like I don't know if everyone feels a bit uncomfortable with air travel, but I'm fine with being on a plane. I've done it lots of times, but still I need a drink. I still want to watch a show, have a drink, and not really think too much about it. My brother hates it. My brother hates flying. So, like, seeing accidents that have happened and, like, why it happened and the lessons that were learned from it is very, very insightful. It's a very interesting program. They've done loads of episodes as well. Do you know you can get a box set of everything? I think it comes in, like, this orange crate, and it's, like, really expensive. But you can get this, like, all the episodes, which would be pretty sick to just have and put on and just, play it in the background. It is one of those shows, actually, that you can just sort of have on in the background. Each episode is a standalone, isn't it, of course? So it is very good for that. Yeah, I don't know how we ended up getting on some of these conversations, but I'm not against it. Days, you do you. Life is too short, said Akim. That is true, innit? It is true. Life is too short. Sonny said, Days, we're almost at 600 members in the Discord. We're trying to get lurkers to talk more. That's great, Sonny. I fully support the Discord. I will get back in there. It could be this weekend. I just don't want to make it a regular thing because I know I won't be able to commit to that. But I had great fun in there the other day. I really enjoyed it. So, yeah. If more people are hanging out there and having a good time, then brilliant. I'm all for that. Jim said, Clash of Clans, is that still a thing? Yeah. We actually looked at a video that Cody did where he was actually playing the game. So, yeah, it is still a thing. Yeah, it is still around. Right, Kojiko. We'll get a couple of comments and then we'll run away because I don't know why I'm still here, to be honest with you, but I am. And I'm here for it.
Kojeko. My Ring doorbell captured a missing dog outside. I drove around for 15 minutes searching, but couldn't find the dog. It locked like a pit bull. So sad.
There was a missing dog. You drove around, but you couldn't find it. It looked like a pit bull. Oh, that is a shame. That is a shame. I hope that dog is found. I'm a nightmare with dogs. When it comes to dogs, and I think a lot of people are this way, I can't cope with thinking that they're just so pure, aren't they? They're just these lovable, pure. Some of them have a violent side, of course, I mean, I'm not saying they're all that way, but the vast majority are just lovely. Man's best friend, and I just flipping love them. Dogs are the best. Dogs are the best of what this world has got to give. So the idea of one being like out there, I can't cope with it. I would be rubbish working in a dog pound, because as much as I would want to be there to, like, you know, give them company and whatever, you know that dogs get put down because there's not enough owners and all of... I couldn't do it. Oh, God. Couldn't do it.
Could you do a vid on Cena's best on mic moments?
Kendall, shout out to you, my friend. I could. There's a little bit of a problem with that, and that is that audio is very, very difficult to do with YouTube videos. So when it comes to copyright, anything that's going to require the audio is a flipping nightmare. You can get away with little clips. You can get away with very short amounts, short bursts. But anything that's like more than that is a flipping nightmare, to be honest. So like doing a video on Cena's best mic moments, that implies it's going to be very promo heavy, very audio heavy, and it's going to involve a lot of... It might just be that the video gets demonetized. It might not result in there being a copyright strike on the channel. It might just be that the video makes no money whatsoever and it just gets demonetized, which, to be perfectly honest with you, is very hard to find the motivation for it to make a video that's just not going to, you know, contribute to the channel. There are a lot of video, the unseens, whenever there's footage in there from the shows or footage that's copyrighted, there's been many unseens that have been flagged as well. So, I mean, it happens. Like, videos do get demonetized. It's not a rare thing. It's happened with unseen. It happened earlier this week. A couple of unseens last week got flagged, and I can't remember what was in them. I mean, if you've watched Unseen, you'll know the stuff that's in there. You'll know that we're not showing whole shows. We do show occasional clips and bits, but something got flagged there, so they got demonetized. So, yeah, I mean, it's something that could be done, but, I mean, there's no series of videos there. If you was to do a Cena one, you'd probably just do a Cena one and leave it at that, because it would be pointless making a series of videos on promos only to watch them all get demonetized. Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So, yeah, that's the downer, really. That's the downside of YouTube, is that there are some limitations. Wrestler Andy said, do you like cats? I don't really have any feelings for cats. I think cats are a little more... I get the sense cats are better on their own. I get the sense that dogs need humans. I don't quite get the sense that cats need humans as much. So I sort of feel like if you had a cat, it would be off outside, doing its thing, pop back in for some food, and that's it, really. With a dog, I feel like a dog needs more attention. It needs more fuss. I don't think cats need fuss as much. They're a lot more independent. So I don't mind cats. I have nothing against cats, but I don't have the same feeling for cats, because I think dogs need humans more. And so that means that the thought of a dog being out there lost bothers me more than a lost cat. A lost dog bothers me more than a lost cat. Maybe that's wrong. Perhaps that's not the right way to think of it, but that's how my brain thinks of it. Right, we're done. Anyway, we're done. I'm going to run away, otherwise I'll still be sat here in half an hour, and as much fun as that will be, all of this is delaying Unseen, which I'm very much behind with. So I'm going to run away and start working on that. So thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Obviously, you know, we are building towards Stand and Deliver. I sort of feel like NXT maybe doesn't have the same energy that it had a few weeks ago, months ago, but maybe that changes after tonight with that title win. Perhaps that could, you know, word of that could spread, and we could, I don't know, get a bit of momentum going. I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how the ratings do. I think last week's ratings weren't too bad, actually. Perhaps it's just a bit that the show quality has been down the past few weeks, but this was a better show. This was a much better show. So, yeah, NXT in a weird place, but it feels like it's building, feels like it's growing towards Stand and Deliver. And obviously not far away. Big weekend coming up in April. WrestleMania weekend. So we are very much on the road to that. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.